Okay, everyone, welcome to panel 3 of our 2-day conference on the responsibility to protect. I think we're all set up to go for this panel on beyond failure and inaction. I will hand over pretty much straight away to our speakers so that they have as much time as possible to present their papers. We will start off with LJUPCHO STOJKOVSKI, who will be talking about selectivity, the responsibility to protect, and the UN Security Council. Over to you. I can see that you have your microphone on, but we saw your video very briefly. I'll just give you a couple of seconds to prepare your presentation, if you have one. Okay. Don't seem to be able to get hold of LJUPCHO there. Okay. To let him get sorted and maybe to try and alleviate matters, I wonder if Richard, are you available at the moment? Richard is our second speaker on the list. I'm wondering if you're available to. We'll switch the order a little bit if LJUPCHO's having a bit of connection issue.
Yeah, I can step in and do mine now, if that works.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So Richard Illingworth is from the University of Leeds. He'll be presenting on implementing R2P beyond the United Nations Security Council, reforming the Uniting for Peace. I'll hand over to you in a second, and I'll make sure that LJUPCHO is available. Do you have a presentation? Sorry.
I do, yes, if you don't.
Brilliant. I'll let you get that sorted.
Okay. Yeah, I've got a functional, no-nonsense presentation. James Milner of the PowerPoint one. Okay, so the title at the moment is Propping Up Pillar 3, Uniting for Peace through the UN General Assembly. And before diving into the paper itself, and to first give some background and situate this within my overall thesis, the starting point for this project is that R2P is not working as well as we would wish it to, evidenced by numerous cases of mass atrocity. An earlier chapter of the thesis establishes that R2P fails to deliver on cosmopolitan duties of human protection, and so the thesis sets out to examine various measures that may aid in R2P's implementation and strengthen the meeting of these duties in practice. And to examine these measures, I utilise a transitional cosmopolitan approach, which argues for a tempered and politically sensitive means for normative progress. And at its heart, this transitional cosmopolitanism is concerned with judging the effectiveness and feasibility of proposals. And I take from Gilbert and Lawford Smith's work on feasibility to apply a 3-part test for assessing any given measure. And these are first the test of effective progress and whether the measure can help us overcome an identified problem. Second, the test of moral hazard. Would the measure introduce any undesirable side effects that damage the scope for normative progress and or undermine feasibility? And then finally, the test for practical potential. What practical barriers exist and can these be overcome? So this paper looks at uniting for peace and the competency of the General Assembly for acting on Pillar 3 of R2P. And I must stress that it's a work in progress, first draft basically, and there are some unresolved tensions within the suggestions that I offer. So I will welcome any feedback, comments on those. So the starting point for this paper is that the Security Council often fails to deliver an appropriate response to mass atrocity. Adrian Gallagher, for instance, has identified an unresolved authority dilemma in international relations, where the Security Council is often called into question as the main body for legitimising coercive intervention. Now, the ICISS noted in 2001 the Security Council's failings, though still sought to promote the Security Council as the main body for implementing Pillar 3 or implementing an RTP response. The 2005 outcome version of RTP is even more problematic because it fails to even acknowledge that the Security Council can be a problematic body for implementing RTP. So this paper looks at Uniting for Peace mechanism and going beyond the Security Council. It argues that UFP offers us a mostly effective and feasible avenue for RTP response, though it does contain some weaknesses which may undermine the scope for normative progress, or at least weaken its feasibility of application. So the paper argues that some tweaks, perhaps in the form of a new UFP resolution, can serve to enhance the measure's transitional cosmopolitan potential. So to give a bit of background on the Uniting for Peace mechanism, it was passed in 1950 as a way to get around Security Council deadlock. And its most substantial contribution in this regard was that it declared that the General Assembly resolves that if the Security Council is, because of a lack of unanimity between the permanent members, fails to exercise its primary responsibility, and the General Assembly shall consider the matter with a view to making appropriate recommendations, including the use of armed force when necessary to maintain or restore international peace and security. So, Uniting for Peace can be triggered by the Security Council or by the General Assembly itself. It's been utilised 11 or 12 times, depending on how you count it, since 1950, including to establish a peacekeeping mission in Suez in 1956, to condemn Soviet military aggression in the same year, to call for sanctions against South Africa in 1981, and to condemn Israeli policies of occupation on several different occasions. Notably, the measure has not been invoked since 1997, meaning, of course, that it has never been used in the name of RTP, which suggests a political reticence, perhaps, to utilise it, and that there may be some work to be done to address this if we wish for UFP action to be part of RTP's response toolkit. So I turn to analysing Uniting for Peace through this transitional cosmopolitan lens via these three tests, beginning with whether UFP offers us the scope for overcoming the problem of Security Council failure. So the first point to make here is while the Security Council has a primary responsibility for the maintenance of international peace and security, this is not an exclusive responsibility, and that the General Assembly has a secondary responsibility reflected in Chapter 4 of the UN Charter. For the sake of brevity, I will simply say here that the General Assembly has the power to recommend a host of measures, including things like the adoption of sanctions, fact-finding missions, advisory opinions from the ICJ, and indeed military measures. There is contestation within the literature regarding whether the General Assembly can recommend the use of military force, but if we read Article 2.4 of the Charter and the prohibition on the use of force in a certain way, this can be read as permitting the General Assembly to recommend force, and if taken in conjunction with the General Assembly's Charter responsibilities. So I do argue the General Assembly has the authority to make these recommendations. The question that arises next is, what situations constitute Security Council failure to exercise primary responsibility? Now, many scholars, of course, naturally point to the use of the veto, with Syria as the clearest example, with 16 vetoes in that case to date. But veto use shouldn't be seen as essential, and were only instances of veto use able to be deemed as Security Council failures, this would prevent the General Assembly from acting on cases such as Myanmar, where we've had no formal Security Council vote. So this, I argue, relates to one problem with the current version of UFP, which is its great power unanimity clause. As if we read this as requiring an explicit veto use, this may preclude the usefulness of the mechanism to situations that don't receive a formal vote. Now, amongst other things, one particular point of concern for effectiveness for the measure is Article 12.1 of the Charter, which states that the General Assembly shall not make recommendations while the Security Council is exercising its functions, which may suggest that UFP can't be used if this Council has taken a vote or if the matter is on the Council's agenda. Now, the ICJ in the construction of a wall case, and various scholars also agree with this, that practice has evolved so that the Security Council and the General Assembly do discuss matters in tandem. So from a procedural context, 12.1 may not actually be a barrier to activating UFP. If, however, we move on to the second test, in regards to whether the use of Uniting for Peace would introduce undesirable side effects that may damage effectiveness or feasibility, then 12.1 might be seen as being a bit more problematic, and that UFP may present a potential problem relating to the circumvention of Security Council primacy if recommendations are made while the Security Council is attempting to exercise its responsibilities. Now, at worst, this may seriously damage the relationship between the two organs and of the UN, which is built around Security Council management of international peace and security. I think at the very least, it undermines the feasibility of whether states are willing to utilise Uniting for Peace, and perhaps for fear of doing so will damage their own relationship with the P5 states. Now, a key point to emphasise here is that determining Security Council failure, and therefore when a General Assembly can rightfully step in, is not a straightforward thing to do. For one, veto use does not automatically equate to Security Council failure because it's a genuine tool for international management. As a result, I argue in the paper that it's too problematic for the General Assembly to determine when UFP can rightfully be triggered if the Security Council has evidently attempted to exercise its responsibilities. And so ideally then, we should have the Security Council triggering UFP, since that would put the matter to bed of whether the General Assembly would be overstepping its powers. But as I also argue shortly, relying solely on the Security Council trigger would not necessarily provide us with an effective solution. On to the final test, the test for practical potential. There does appear to be a problem relating to the lack of political will to utilise Uniting for Peace. Dominic Zaun, for instance, claims there's a belief that the General Assembly is unreliable in its voting behaviour, and this is evidenced particularly by the Kosovo example, where the intervening powers chose not to seek General Assembly approval for fear that they wouldn't get the votes. But notably, practice has evolved, and particularly in the last decade or so, the General Assembly has been actively engaged in RTP's implementation, evidenced by informal and formal debates, also its recommendations that it's made over Syria, its condemnations of Security Council failure, establishing the independent investigating mechanism in 2016. I'm sure you're all aware of what's going on regarding Myanmar at the moment as well, and may or may not be a vote on whether to recommend the halting of arms transfers to Myanmar. What this all suggests is that fears that the General Assembly would not be able to achieve consensus may be misplaced, and going forward we might see a more proactive General Assembly. Perhaps more problematic is the lack of will of the Security Council to refer cases. But nevertheless, I don't see these things as rendering the measure fundamentally unfeasible. Despite some reticence amongst Security Council members, it's not beyond the realms of possibility that the Council may choose to refer cases to the General Assembly, given that many vetoed drafts receive that magical 9 out of 15 members, which is enough to refer a matter from the Security Council to the General Assembly, which is a procedural vote and not subject to the veto power. So my overall message that I'm trying to put across with this analysis is that there is not a need to fundamentally overhaul the UFP mechanism. Nonetheless, as I've also tried to show, there are some issues with the mechanism which may weaken its effectiveness and feasibility. And so I attempt to tweak the measure and put forward a version that rectifies some of these deficiencies. Again, to re-emphasise, this is a work in progress, and I'm not suggesting that I've found the solutions. Now, one thing that many in literature have recommended is a Security Council only trigger for Uniting for Peace, which would essentially preclude the General Assembly from being able to invoke the measure. But I fear this would prevent the General Assembly from acting on its responsibilities for cases where the Security Council is completely paralysed, cases like Myanmar, for instance. And in such circumstances, the General Assembly shouldn't be expected to sit idly by. So initially, I recommended a Security Council trigger, except when matters are not on the Council's formal agenda. Having thought about that since, that would actually seem to prevent the General Assembly from acting over cases like Myanmar and Palestine, where the matter is on the Council's agenda. So my latest thinking, and the first recommendation made here, is to tweak UFP's procedural trigger to maintain the Security Council's ability to refer cases, but change it so the General Assembly can no longer trigger whenever it pleases, but rather only when the Security Council is not actively exercising its responsibilities, as is evidenced by a failure to put forward a vote on a draft resolution. Now, a time frame may be necessary here, else it may be impossible for the Assembly to determine when the Security Council has failed to put forward a draft resolution. The second recommendation I make is to remove this lack of P5 unanimity clause and emphasise that Security Council failure should be the significant requirement and not an explicit indication of a lack of great power unanimity. And the third recommendation is to alter the language of UFP to place less emphasis on the use of military force and refocus the mechanism as a way of discharging Pillar 3 through whatever means are most appropriate. Do these proposals enhance UFP's transitional cosmopolitan potential? In regard to effectiveness, I think a first general enhancement from passing a new altered UFP resolution could be a politically galvanising effect, demonstrate that the Assembly is committed to upholding its RTP and won't stand by if the Council fails. Beyond that general advantage, I think removing the requirement for a lack of P5 unanimity would further support the Assembly to trigger UFP in instances of Security Council failure when matters have not made it to a formal vote. And there are, of course, multiple crises where there has been no formal council vote: Myanmar, China, recently with Ethiopia. And one might argue that a lack of P5 unanimity can be implied anyway, but I think that removing this clause would make things simpler and refocus UFP on Security Council failure rather than P5 unanimity specifically. The procedural recommendation I make attempts to address that moral hazard of circumventing Security Council primacy because it would prevent the General Assembly from acting while the Security Council is attempting to meet its responsibilities. So if the Security Council has not recently taken a matter to a resolution vote, this would suggest that the Council is not actively exercising its responsibilities as per Article 12.1 of the Charter and as per the Legal Counsel of the UN's reading of Article 12.1. In contrast, if a matter has recently been put to a resolution vote, the Security Council is clearly seeking to exercise its responsibilities, even if that resulted in a veto, which would rightly preclude the General Assembly from stepping in. In regard to the political constraints, I have argued that use of UFP is feasible, but nonetheless, these recommendations may further improve that feasibility. And it may help allay fears that UFP could circumvent Security Council primacy. It also attempts to promote a more normatively acceptable use of language, less centralised on military enforcement, and emphasise that there's a wealth of options for RTP response beyond military measures. So to sum up briefly, the paper argues that UFP provides us a largely effective and feasible means for acting on Pillar 3 after Security Council failure. The General Assembly has the legal powers, and evolving practice suggests that it may use these. However, the current version of UFP that we have, that was passed in 1950, may contain an unnecessary barrier via its P5 unanimity clause. It may be outdated in its focus on military enforcement, and perhaps most significantly, it may overstep the General Assembly's charter responsibilities by allowing it to go beyond the Security Council. Now, hence these recommendations attempt to address these procedural and semantic shortcomings and address these concerns, and thus emphasise and enhance the transitional cosmopolitan potential of the measure. But one of the key kind of overarching points that I'm making in the paper is that the General Assembly has the power to recommend a host of possible measures, and it's high time that these powers were more readily utilised. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, Richard, for a very interesting paper there. Next, we're going to go back to LJUPCHO to see if his connection issues are resolved. In the background, they seem to have been. So let's have a go there. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Just a second to share my presentation with you. Okay. Is it okay now? Can you see it?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay. So, as you can see, my title here of the paper that I'm working on these past several months is Selectivity, Responsibility, and Responsibility to Protect and the UN Security Council. So, much has been said in the literature about the Security Council record in general and in the area of R2P in particular. And very often this assessment is not very favorable to the Council because of its inaction, late action, or not effective action in some cases. As we all know, the Security Council is the international community's right authority for the maintenance of international peace and for R2P, simultaneously since 2005, of course. But the normative framework where this status of the Council and these two responsibilities derive for, namely the UN Charter and the World Summit Outcome Document, also give the Security Council huge flexibility. Namely, according to Article 39 of the UN Charter, it is up to the Council to decide whether something qualifies as an aggression, threat, or a breach to international peace, and whether the Council should respond to these situations or not. And of course, if it decides to respond, in what way. Similarly, according to paragraph 139 of the World Summit Outcome Document, the Council is only prepared to take collective action on R2P cases in timely and decisive manner, and this is on a case-by-case basis. Therefore, it is obvious that there is a dose of selectivity which is ingrained in the text of these documents or in the core of the Council's functioning. However, if this flexibility of the Council is taken to the extreme, meaning if the Council very rarely or never takes any substantive action, as it is allowed to do so under these two documents, then this undermines or even goes contrary to the responsibilities it has to the two responsibilities it has to uphold. Therefore, one should ask, where is this fine line between selectivity and responsibility of the Council? When is it okay? When is it justified for the Council to be selective, and when this is not the case? And why? Of course, why is it okay for some cases to be selective and in others not to be selective? It is my impression that the existent literature on this question usually takes on the extremes. Either it completely justifies the Council whenever it is selective, because this is how it was designed and this is the best international system or international order that we have and therefore should protect, or it criticizes the Council completely and even advocates for, say, eradication of the veto, for example. Now, in my work in this paper, I try to depict and nuance the situations where the Council has been selective, especially in R2P cases, and give answers why sometimes selectivity is justified and in other cases it is not. The aim of the paper is to provide criteria for assessment of the Security Council performance as an institution in cases of R2P and to understand the reasons behind this selectivity. Now, I propose 4 types of UN Security Council selectivity. The first one is systemic or structural selectivity. I'm still considering the most suitable names for these categories. They're still tentative at this moment, but I think this is an indication of what this selectivity comprises. As the name implies, this selectivity is embedded in the structure, in the design of the UN Security Council, which from this perspective can best be seen as a concert of big powers. Thus, the selectivity of the Council concerns cases that involve the permanent 5 members and their closest allies. This means that if an R2P situation arises in a P5 country or a country very close to them, the Council will not do anything or anything substantially to address the situation. 2 recent examples are telling here. Firstly, China's treatment to the Uyghur population in Xinjiang region, which a growing number of states and international organizations are labeling as genocide, is and will not be substantially addressed by the Council. Similarly, the Israeli-Palestinian situation that has been happening for years now, most recently in previous weeks, is another case where an action by the Council will not be forthcoming anytime soon, since Israel is, as we all know, one of US closest allies. So in these cases, because the system is designed as such, the Security Council is, I would say, necessarily selective. The design was, of course, as we know, done deliberately to protect the UN system from falling apart, like it happened with the League of Nations. If one of the big powers is not completely satisfied or is marginalized in the system. However, the price for this design is that the P5 and their closest allies, I would add whoever they may be at that concrete period of in history, are out of reach from international ethical and sometimes even legal norms and standards like R2P. Secondly, I believe that there is what I call an abuse of veto selectivity. Now, this includes situations where the Council is selective because a P5 country uses, or most often threatens to use, the veto to block a collective action, even though there are manifest mass atrocities on the ground, or there's a situation that endangers international peace, of course. Now, these situations are not taking place in a P5 country or a country that is close to them, and the veto or the threat of the veto is used for reasons unrelated to the present situation, or not with the aim to realistically address the current problem. Basically, it's a malified use of the veto. Furthermore, the veto abuse power poses no plausible alternative on how to address the issue. A classical, I would say, albeit not non-R2P example of this type of selectivity, of this type of unreasonable use of the veto, is China's veto of the extension of UN Predept mission in Macedonia in 1999, while the Kosovo crisis was looming in the background, and this blockade was as a result of Macedonia's recent recognition of Taiwan in that period. A possible R2P example of this type of selectivity would be Russia's veto in 2007 of the draft resolution that tried to extend the joint investigative mechanism mandate in order to investigate the use of the chemical weapons in Syria. Now, Russia blocked this, allegedly due to the body's disputed methodology and biased results, even though Japan tried to address Russia's concern and suggested a short 30-day renewal of the body's mandate, during which the Secretary General of the UN should have given proposals to improve its working methodology. However, Russia blocked this, and the draft resolution that tried to introduce a complete new body that would replace the joint investigative mechanism the following year was also blocked. And instead it proposed another body whose work, however, would not be published if the Security Council members would not approve it. Another possible R2P example in this regard would be China's blockade of any UN Security Council action against Myanmar for its treatment of the Rohingya minority in recent years. Now, I recognize that the line between these two types of selectivity, these first two types, is somewhat moot. That's why I emphasize that the last two are possible R2P examples of this type of selectivity, because a case can arguably be made that Syria is or has become Russia's close or strategic ally, since, as we know, alliances are not permanent, they come and go, or that Myanmar is in China's sphere of influence. Therefore, we could place these two examples in the first type of selectivity, the systemic structural one. However, in my opinion, placing these two situations in the first category is a gross overextension of the P5 powers, which are already enormous, and is overstretching of the Security Council operationalization, the mode it operates. While the Council may be regarded as a concert of big powers because of its design, it operates in a completely different normative environment than other historical concerts. It has legal duties and moral responsibilities related to human rights, humanitarian law, genocide, and prevention of mass atrocities that impact the way the P5 have to conduct their behavior and fulfill their responsibilities as Council members. This also includes the suitable manner in which the veto should be used in accordance with with this contemporary normative moral legal framework. Plus, it is obvious, in my view, that in these two aforementioned examples, Russia and China did not propose any plausible alternatives to the problem, but were merely blocking anything that it was proposed, therefore abusing their veto powers. Now, thirdly, there is what I called the lack of political will selectivity. This comprises situations where the Council is inactive, very late in taking action, or its action is substantially ineffective. Basically, it just comes down to notification of the situation or condemnation of the violence. Now, this inaction or inactivity of the Council is happening even though there are mass atrocities on the ground and the Council did or was supposed to know about them. Furthermore, this substantial unresponsiveness by the Council is not as a result of a threat of a veto by a veto by a P5 member. Now, a perfect example for this kind of selectivity is the situation in Burundi in 2015 and 16, after then President Pierre Nkurunziza announced his candidacy for a third mandate. The mass protests that followed and were answered by violent response by the security forces, which according to the independent investigation on Burundi conducted by the Human Rights Council amounted to crimes against humanity, and there were even elements of genocide. The Council did adopt some measures. It did adopt 3 resolutions and 4 presidential statements during this period, but these were mere formality and clearly cosmetics of the Council being engaged. Because according to a leaked UN memo, the Department of Peacekeeping Operations was fearing and warning that a genocide is a realistic possibility in that time, and that the UN do not have a capacity to prevent it without significant additional resources. However, there was no will among the Security Council members to do more. Then US Ambassador to the UN Samantha Power, also according to a leaked memo, assessed that the Burundi, I'm quoting, Burundi is going to hell, and labeled the previous day meeting at the Security Council to address the situation as pathetic, since nothing substantially was adopted and and there was no plan for action or dialogue in the country. A similar example of this lack of political will is the example of Central African Republic and the violence between the Seleka and anti-Balaka groups in 2013. So these and many more cases, I would say, especially in Africa, are examples of selectivity of the Council due to the lack of political will of its members. And finally, it is what I call bona fide or prudent selectivity, which indicates that collective action in situations of mass atrocities is not taken with or without the use of veto. As Richard said in its presentations before, a use of the veto is not an automatic indication of a failure of the UN Security Council. So even with a veto, there is a possibility of prudent selectivity. And this is because a potential action or measure could do more harm than good in that situation. Now, a possible example here is the post-election crisis in Kenya in 2008, which was resolved by the African Union and the mediation headed by Kofi Annan. The Security Council was not involved in this situation, and according to some experts, some analysts like Thomas Weiss, the non-involvement of the Council in this case was prudent, since if the Council had got involved, it would, I quote, undoubtedly have delayed action, and a more vigorous action would have been resisted by the Global South and subsequently provoked a more cautious approach by the Global North. Another possible example of this type of selectivity is Russia's, and especially China's, veto of the UN Security Council resolutions early in the Syria crisis in 2011 and 12. This was due to the experience in Libya, and one of the justification offered for blocking action in Syria was that it would only exacerbate the situation. Now, on the face of it, it looks like this was a wise approach, but although it would have been more appropriate in order to label the blockade as prudent if the measures that were proposed for adoption in the resolutions were similar, like the one in Libya, say no-fly zones or protection of civilians, which was not the case. They were completely watered down and not substantial. Nevertheless, even my point is that even with the veto, sometimes this could amount to prudent selectivity. Now, to summarize of these 4 types of selectivity, I conclude that only the last type of selectivity, the bona fide or the prudent one, is fully morally permissible, while the first one, the structural, systemic, is necessary, acceptable. The second and third type, the abuse of the veto and the lack of political selectivity, are not morally acceptable. I draw this conclusion based on the ethical understanding of the responsibilities the Security Council has, one for maintenance of international peace and the other for R2P. Security Council's design, but also the assurances and understanding on how the Security Council should and will function as it is designed, given during the creation of the UN. If we can see the statement of the delegations of four sponsoring governments on voting procedures in Security Council from 1945, and some of their individual statements of the San Francisco Conference. And of course, last but not least, is the commitment given by the international community in 2005 that prevention of mass atrocities is to be regarded as a moral imperative. So I will end my presentations here, and I'm looking forward to your comments and suggestions. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much, LJUPCHO, for that presentation. I will move swiftly on because we do have 5 panelists in this panel and a slightly longer discussion at the end to make up for that. And we will now turn to Samuel Jarvis, who is based at York St. John University. Samuel, are you ready?
Thanks very much, Patrick. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes, that's great.
Great. So my paper then is titled The Evolution of the R2P in a Changing World Order, Rethinking Mass Atrocity Prevention and the Role of the UN Security Council. So it begins really with thinking about the way in which the R2P has evolved. So we think about how states, how diplomats, how academics have thought about implementing the R2P. It's obviously evolved quite significantly over recent decades, and this has resulted in the norm obviously being connected to a much wider array of human protection responses. Everything from refugee protection to the supply of humanitarian aid can be considered potentially a way of implementing the R2P. Now, this shift has also occurred during a period of changing global power dynamics, the rise of a more pluralist, we might say, agenda being pushed by certain rising powers, one in which certainly respect for sovereign equality continues to be pretty vehemently defended. And what we can see by this is, I guess, the pivot to try and expand what it means to implement the R2P. Now, there's obviously some downsides to this as well, which I'm going to highlight in the paper, which is often a much less vocal and collective approach to certain forms of mobilization, in which we often see kind of least worst solutions or the rise of practices of so-called quiet diplomacy that are being used to avoid often kind of these greater tensions between major powers. And so what I suggest is the implementation of the R2P is being connected to much less intrusive forms, let's say, of prevention responses. And many of these are often developed and agreed outside of the Security Council in particular. And this shift has led then to the emergence of significant academic debate about what is the kind of current R2P's purpose and function, and what might this be kind of moving forward. So on one side of this, we've seen the kind of recent scholarship on the successes of quiet diplomacy, or relative success, let's say, papers around Indonesian engagement with Myanmar and allowing for supply of humanitarian aid and for keeping diplomatic channels open. And on the other side of this debate, you've also got prominent scholars like Alex Bellamy, who've recently argued that quiet diplomacy, I'm quoting here, sorry, quiet diplomacy has an unblemished track record of failure. So there's a bit of divide, I think, in the R2P community, certainly between academics, about what role this less intrusive response to implementing R2P, how effective it is and what it means moving forward. So this paper is really a response to this emerging debate. So I try and examine a bit about the R2P's evolution and its process of reinterpretation, try and make sense of what might be driving some of these changes and what some of the wider implications are for the overall validity of the R2P norm. And ultimately argue in the paper that a shift to this much less vocal and more consensus-led approach to R2P has certainly strengthened a number of elements of the norm's acceptance. You know, at the same time, it has the impact of kind of watering down the R2P's original purpose and uniqueness in a number of ways, and creating another number of kind of significant implications for how we might conceptualize both what the UN Security Council's role might be moving forward and the future effectiveness of the norm itself. So to say a bit about the kind of general evolution of the norm itself. So when we think back to the RTP being created, it's a norm that was aimed to try and shift expectations about how the international community should respond to mass atrocity crimes in the most basic way, I suppose. So early versions of the RTP, if we think back to Gareth Evans' framing, he argued that the principle was about devising basically a rallying cry, one which would be able to trigger international collective action, convert a kind of shock into policy response. And so in this sense, the RTP could work in kind of elevating a particular crisis above the kind of day-to-day politics of the Security Council. Now, this is obviously framed in I guess, recognition of previous failures of the Council in particular. Now, the idea of the RTP as this signifier of political exception has proven in reality, I think, to be largely ineffective as a motivational tool. And we've seen as a response the gradual broadening out of the RTP's remit in terms of looking at different ways of responding beyond just this kind of narrow idea of a rallying cry. And in challenging Evans' kind of rallying cry thesis, you've seen prominent RTP scholars over the last decade or so talking about how we can refine the RTP and work on what its added value might be. So a lot of talk around the role, obviously, of prevention in particular. Now, part of the motivation, I think, is that it's been incredibly difficult to generate responses directly to atrocity crimes as they occur, as we've already been heard so far on the panel. And so this idea that a greater focus on prevention might help bypass some of the significant challenges of competing interests and contestation over authorising protection practices. And certainly from a rhetorical perspective, then, you could say, well, the RTP shift to prevention has been met with pretty universal support. You'll find very few states contesting the idea of the RTP being connected more to prevention. Member states, particularly those who wish to see the RTP, I suppose, be understood in a more state-centric and demand-driven focus, have been very accepting of this transition. However, as Jennifer Welsh has argued previously, she's emphasised that prevention, in many ways, can actually be a pretty controversial practice as well, in spite of often this kind of universal rhetoric around its commitment to prioritisation. And so I think as a result, then, any assumption that this shift to prevention leads to less contestation over authorising responses doesn't really match up with the reality that we've seen over recent years. And so one can highlight the political contestation that surrounded, say, the violent outbreaks in South Sudan, whereby we saw Western states demonstrating a significant unwillingness to directly confront local actors over some of the escalating intercommunal hostility and some of the serious human rights violations. And furthermore, as Melissa LeBon has argued, this shift in focus towards prevention, capacity building, early warning, international assistance may at the same time obscure rather than strengthen some of the regulative effects of the R2P. So what I mean by this is that there's often an assumption that norms of prevention and response are mutually exclusive, and thus both can be seen to exude kind of strong compliance pull among states and non-state actors. However, doing so effectively underestimates, I think, the challenge prevention creates in terms of what can be a pretty intrusive practice itself. It's not simply the case that prevention initiatives don't have that intrusive element. They'd often exacerbate domestic tensions through this increased international involvement, as well as the difficulties of trying to locate causal patterns in how atrocities unfold. And this has been reinforced by work in particular by Jacobson and Engel, who argue that whilst prevention is seen as a pragmatic retreat from intervening, perhaps it's better understood as a different mode of intervention. And consequently, many states can be seen to hold quite a strong aversion to any outside monitoring by international organisations for activities that might fall within their sovereign territory. So it remains the case, really, that states will view many preventive initiatives as including these inherently intrusive aspects, and they ultimately seem to represent outside involvement in internal affairs. Now, against this backdrop is also a growing pushback against human rights more generally and human rights monitoring throughout the UN system. So what this suggests really is that a shift to prevention has the opportunity to forge a certain level of acceptance and greater consensus on the R2P across the international community. Is at the same time, though, work to reinforce and demonstrate, again, I guess, some of the significant limitations of the Security Council itself as a forum for promoting prevention initiatives at the same time. So we can see persistent failure of the Security Council to build much consensus, or at times even recognise when a mass atrocity crime is occurring somewhere around the world. And this has continued to absorb the attention of those who have been pretty critical of both the R2P itself, but of the Security Council. So this has obviously led to debates around, should we restrict the veto rights? Should we call for a more balanced Security Council? Many of these approaches are about challenging the so-called selectivity of the Security Council itself, highlighting why the Security Council is currently ineffective in the way in which it functions. And there remains then a general reluctance of all states to involve the Council in conflicts in which they are parties or which they perceive as resistance to outside involvement. Obviously, several states in the Global South have drawn on the spirit text of the World Summit Outcome document to also emphasise the preeminent role of national authorities in the implementation of R2P, but also to call for international assistant efforts that strengthen state capacity, reinforce sovereignty, respect national paths to implementing the R2P. So China, as we were discussing in the earlier panel in particular, long supported the first two pillars of the R2P and has pushed for R2P to be interpreted predominantly about in terms of assistance, state capacity building, and priority must be accorded to prevention, particularly things like preventive diplomacy, longer term economic development, those kind of initiatives when it comes to prevention. Now, part of this has also been the rise, as I said, of the idea of quiet diplomacy. And in this context, one can point to a renewal, perhaps, of the role quiet diplomacy can play in trying to deliver an R2P response. So, as I mentioned before, there have been a number of papers recently around Indonesia's approach to the Myanmar crisis as an example of quiet diplomacy. Essentially, the P is this strong emphasis on the importance of kind of equal sovereignty, a conscious decision really to try and avoid public naming and shaming if the states were involved, to try and facilitate some support for those on the ground, to try and negotiate things like humanitarian aid as a way of implementing the R2P. So this can be seen in some ways as kind of a pragmatic answer to situations where there isn't or doesn't appear necessarily enough political will or interest, or the too many competing interests to be able to do anything else. And we're also seeing at the same time, I think, the strategy of Western powers, in particular the UK and the US, trying to prioritize things like, speaking with one voice is kind of the language that's been used quite a lot in recent Security Council debates, in the form of what you might see as quite anodyne statements about pushing for a resolution, but then also not be willing to, I guess, put up resolutions that then might get abstention or no votes. So a sense in which states don't want to, I guess, antagonize or upset the balance of consensus within the council. And so, whilst this quiet approach, I think, has been quite influential in guiding the response so far to the Rohingya crisis, there's obviously a number of issues with this becoming the more dominant way in which the R2P is implemented. A longer-term risk, I think, that we kind of water down the purpose of the R2P norm if it becomes just associated with quiet diplomacy and humanitarian aid. And as James Patterson has previously argued, we need to think about the way in which diplomatic criticism can also be used, that the importance of not relying on just pushing for consensus approaches, and that diplomatic criticism can be pretty important to reinforcing the R2P norm itself and its legitimacy. And certainly by not staying silent, states play a crucial role in challenging certain atrocities, highlighting why these crimes ultimately must concern all states. And so when it comes to improving the R2P's record as a prevention tool, I think recognising and calling out serious human rights abuses that may potentially lead to future atrocities has to remain key to the R2P's overall strategy, even when this might initially generate quite a lot of reproach. I guess that the reason for this is that the long-term danger is that the R2P and its effectiveness as a prevention tool is that the space for any vocal criticism shrinks further and further. And that whilst quiet diplomacy can be effective in certain circumstances, it can't at the same time become an excuse for states who might be less willing to call out potential atrocities in order to protect their own national interests. And so the growing criticism of human rights in the UN, as I mentioned before, I think reinforces this urgent need really for stronger collective support for human protection norms and the importance of vocal leadership in this particular area. Now, I think there's a number of ways in which states can begin to kind of push back on some of this and be more vocal. One of these has been the recent rise in the use of ARRIA formula meetings. Now, by no means a perfect kind of response. They do the rise of ARRIA formula meetings as a way in which to discuss certain cases in which the council has either decided not to discuss or is being blocked from being discussed, I think represents at least an attempt to be creative in terms of bringing different voices into the conversation, allowing perhaps early warning initiatives to be discussed. So area forum meetings have become a way to kind of aid discussion and debate on peace and security issues that can't get onto the council. There's been a space for council members to engage with things like Human Rights Council mandated commissions of inquiry, as well as including NGO representation, civil society as well. And so I think the R2P's emphasis on centrality of prevention therefore means discussions are crucial to raising the alarm often about human rights atrocities. So we've seen this in terms of a recent area forum meeting on Myanmar, but also on Cameroon as well, in terms of back in 2019, following the violence in the Anglophone region in Cameroon, there was an area forum meeting there to kind of raise the issue, which wasn't being discussed by the Security Council. So I'm kind of running out a bit out of time here, so I'm going to wrap up, I think, and conclude. So when we examine recent mass atrocity situations, we see things like humanitarian assistance, humanitarian diplomacy, so often being used as substitutes for political will, particularly when I think stronger measures might be legitimate, might be a responsible thing to do. And so whilst, Evans's original kind of idea of a rallying cry, I don't think really reflects fully the focus of the norm as we know it today, the shift to prevention must not at the same time kind of remove the importance of vocal and collective leadership that at times will challenge sovereign integrity. And so the R2P needs to work more effectively as a tool of prevention. It's going to have to, people are going to have to raise their voices above others and be more outspoken, and argue that ultimately the R2P as a kind of quieter norm is not necessarily a more effective one, even if there's looks on paper to be more consensus. And so moving forward, there's a role for a much more vocal form of R2P support required across the UN system. And I'll stop there because I'm probably already going slightly over time. Sorry about that.
No problem at all. You were dead on time there. Thank you very much for that paper. Just like the previous two speakers, I think there's a lot to discuss there as well. So if anyone does have any questions that come to them as the papers are being presented, please post them either on YouTube or within the chat, and we can come back to them during the Q&A. Now we turn to PINAR GOZEN, one of the members of the organising committee, who will be presenting on the responsibility to protect Act 20 from resistance to amelioration. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Good afternoon from Ankara. Today I will talk about the R2P's 20 years, and I'll try to trace the change from resistance to amelioration. And in order to make this tracing, I'm relying on Amitav Acharya's 2013 piece on norm circulation framework. So I'm using his norm circulation framework and adding on one more dimension to it. So let me briefly give you the theoretical background. As you well know, the general orthodoxy in constructivist literature in terms of the norms, norm diffusion is one of the main ways to study the norms, and they look at norms from four main dimensions in terms of their diffusion. The first refers to sources, and the second refers to context, the third refers to agents, and the final one is contestations and feedback, where resistance leads to the redefinition, contextualization, and localization of a norm. Different from this orthodoxy, Amitav Acharya suggests that we can use norm circulation to look at the R2P norm, for instance, in order to understand the normative agencies, the contestations, and which is followed by localization or translation, and finally by feedback and repatriation effect. So with the feedback and repatriation, we get the modification or qualification of the norm. Based on this framework, I suggest that we can add one more dimension to this approach, and that is amelioration. So this fifth dimension of analysis brings us the component of mutual reinforcement and mutual construction. And this moves the approach to the impact of the norm on its implementing institution in terms of improving it, in terms of its mechanisms. So my argument in this paper is that despite the fact that there is remaining levels of resistance against R2P, R2P is diffusing, circulating, and moving forward. And while doing so, it is also changing its implementing institution. It is also having an impact on the efficacy as well as the practices of its implementing institution. As for the process that R2P has achieved so far, as we have also discussed during the morning sessions, there are different contestations, there are different states resisting the norm, but still we see a huge progress in terms of R2P's normative impact. In my previous works, I argued that R2P is a moral norm, or even if we see it as a principle, just giving us a basis of action or an umbrella term, etc. Still, it directs actions in different ways. And to date, we see that there have been 13 UNSG reports focused solely on R2P. There have been 4 formal UN General Assembly debates, and most recently R2P has been placed on the formal annual agenda. So despite all the discussions of resistance, R2P is moving forward, and these debates are very important in terms of discussing the implementation of this norm. And this, of course, does not mean that we are changing the scope or the limits of the norm, but how to implement is the main question, because given the scope of the 4 mass atrocity crimes, we still need ways to develop implementation in terms of the 3-pillar implementation strategy. In addition to this, most recently on 11th of May, the Human Rights Council convened in an intersessional panel of discussion to commemorate R2P's 15th anniversary, which was very important in terms of the placement of this in the agenda of the HRC, because practically HRC is currently being discussed as an important milieu for R2P's implementation, at least at the levels of Pillar 1 for the responsibility of states, and at the level of Pillar 2 in terms of providing assistance and capacity building to states in their efforts to protect their population from the 4 grave crimes. We also see an increasing number of UN Security Council, General Assembly, and Human Rights Council resolutions referencing R2P on various occasions, despite the discussions on the politicization of cases or selectivity in terms of cases. And we also see growing support from member states in different groupings. We, for instance, have the group of Friends of R2P, which has quite a lot of members, and on an annual basis, the number of the members are growing. And we do have the intergovernmental R2P focal points. So far, 61 states have appointed focal points. And in addition to this, European Union and Organization of American States have also joined the focal points. And there is also the steering group of global network of R2P. So unlike the generalizations about the global South being a resisting side of the UN member states to R2P, I argue that there is no such clear-cut resistance, because there are many states from the global South who are within these initiatives in terms of progressing with the implementation of R2P. So in that regard, I would say that R2P's circulation within the framework of the United Nations is continuing. And this is mainly from a state-centric point of view. And when we look at the issue from a non-state-centric point of view, we see that with non-governmental organizations or at the individual level, there are also initiatives that promote R2P's implementation. So in that regard, my argument is that with all these developments, especially over the second half of R2P's 20 years, especially the 2009, the first Secretary General report, we see that new discussions on operational and structural prevention is there. There are also new and supporting initiatives such as human rights upfront, or voluntary restraint on veto, which is not new, but it has been reiterated by the French and Mexican initiative, or the HRC intersessional panel discussion on R2P, or like the recognition of the joint office of the special advisors to the UN Secretary General for genocide and the responsibility to protect. So all these are kind of not leading to a major change maybe, but these are developments within the UN system. And in general terms, despite the fact that the literature on R2P has been highly critical in terms of R2P's implementation, or like saying that R2P has failed so many times. R2P allows us, R2P crises, R2P related crises allow us to see that how the UN has been achieving its purpose or failing to achieve this purpose. So in that regard, we can also claim that rather than R2P itself that is failing, it is rather the UN Security Council or other mechanisms of the United Nations that result in inaction or ineffective reaction or indifference in certain circumstances. So in that regard, in terms of amelioration, my argument is that the issues related to the implementation of the responsibility to protect allow us to see problems related to the United Nations, and this also raises discussions about the implementing institution, UN in general, and the Security Council in specific. So all the reform proposals, etc., are examples of the mutually reinforcing, ameliorating impact of the responsibility to protect. Yet, we also need to mention the forms of resistance remaining in there. In terms of identifying resistance, I am following two different paths in terms of the reflection of states. The first path, which I have finished covering, is the official statements of states in UN General Assembly formal debates, as well as the latest Human Rights Council session. And in that regard, we see that there are a small number of states which are expressly fully objecting to the idea of the responsibility to protect, for instance, Iran, Cuba, Venezuela, Syria, Russia, and Democratic Republic of Korea. So in that regard, these 5 states, especially Russia, are clearly saying that they are kind of against the R2P in general terms and their inclusion in any sort of agenda item, as in the United Nations General Assembly or the Human Rights Council. But other than that, other states which we can consider as resisting to R2P, such as it was discussed in the morning, like China, it has a milder position. They support the preventative measures of R2P. They are not fully objecting to it, but they do raise serious concern about the third pillar of R2P. And the states who are clearly resisting to R2P and indicating this in their counter statements, official statements, they generally refer to R2P's legal meaning and status, the risk of abuse, and state sovereignty. The second part of my research includes a study of the practice of these states, in the sense that, as I said, in terms of the statements, there are a small number of states clearly resisting R2P, but practice also tells a lot. And in that regard, I will be focusing on General Assembly resolutions, Security Council resolutions, and Human Rights Council resolutions, and the voting behaviors in that, and the reasonings for votings. That is a part of my work in progress. Finally, if I move on to my conclusions, the criticisms against R2P, in essence, I would argue, are not about R2P itself, because practically R2P does not change the current mechanisms of the UN Security Council or the UN in general, and it does not alter existing international law. So the arguments of resisting states in terms of the legal status of R2P are kind of more relating to the powers of the Security Council and in terms of implementation. And when we look at the issues of no response to the case of Uyghurs in China, but the Security Council does not even mention it, or the Libyan intervention and the mode of operation that is highly criticized, or the US invasion of Iraq and the argument that R2P has been abused in there. Well, these are all claims. When we look at the issue of China, it's the Security Council's failure to bring the issue to the table. Or when we are talking about bad implementation in Libya, it's not about R2P. Or when we talk about US invasion of Iraq and justification of the invasion with R2P at some point, not even as the main reasoning, this also relates to implementation by states. It doesn't have anything to do with the norm itself. So this is why we need to focus on people and society and the culture of peace, and in terms of promoting this culture of peace, diversity, and tolerance. So in that regard, R2P allows us to critically reflect on the current functioning of the United Nations, existing rules, and the behavior of member states in general and individually. So while we can talk no longer about a specific block against R2P, I can say that overgeneralizations and misconceptions work to the detriment of effective implementation and discussion of the responsibility to protect. So in my final 2 minutes, I would like to just refer to remaining issues. And in that regard, in terms of the ameliorating effect and the reflections that we get in terms of the implementation of the responsibility to protect, it still seems that we have a task to explore ways to ensure early action and sustainable prevention, either through Human Rights Council or Security Council reform, or with a focus, in the meanwhile, with a focus on non-state actors. Also, we have to address the elephant in the room, and I believe that the third pillar of R2P needs to be discussed further, despite the fact that the emphasis on preventative aspects of R2P have proven very fruitful in terms of R2P's continuing discussions in the General Assembly. I think the third pillar of R2P needs to be further clarified, and in that regard, a mutually constructive discussion would help to clarify the misconceptions and overcome the misconceptions. Politicization, indifference is still an important point, and in that regard, the growing number of states taking initiatives to discuss R2P is important, because I believe in the power of multilateralism and involvement in processes so that we can remove the blocks between the global south and the global north. And as Amitavacharya would suggest, this background of the norm comes from many different regions. And also, finally, we need to focus on building resistance. So what is problematic or contesting about R2P is not what it is so-called enables abuses, but what it requires from states, I would say. And in that regard, as we have seen in the World Summit Outcome document, in terms of the changing of the text from recognizing our shared responsibility on the proposal of the US to member states are prepared to take collective action, I would say it is what R2P requires from the international community that is kind of making it problematic, instead of what R2P enables, because R2P does not enable any unilateral action as it is sanctioned by as it is supposed to be sanctioned by the UN Security Council. And any violation in that regard is not related to R2P's basis, but it is related to implementations. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for that. And now to move on to our final speaker. I'm looking forward to coming back to the discussion on all of these papers so far. But for now, we have MARÍA Fernanda ARREGUÍN GÁMEZ from the National Autonomous University of Mexico, presenting on the failure of the international community, the need for remaking R2P. I'll hand over to you, MARÍA.
Thank you very much, everyone, and good morning from Mexico. It is a pleasure for me to be here. And Patrick, I hope you remember me from the University of Liverpool. You were my teacher there when I was in my LLM, so thanks. So I'm gonna share my presentation now. I hope you can see it now. So yeah, I'm gonna be talking about the failure of the international community, the need for remaking R2P, and maybe this is gonna be like a summarize of everything we have been hearing now. And I'm gonna give you a little background about the R2P, thinking that international law was created as a science for particular subjects, and these were the states, right? So thinking about R2P as a concept or as a principle that was created to protect individuals, we can see that R2P was born in a world where it is fighting every time that we are trying to apply it. If we think about realism and idealism, we can see that international law was created exactly for regulating the relationships between the states, but not between individuals. So when the international community faced cases such as Rwanda, Yugoslavia, Afghanistan, and Iraq, we could see that our international mechanism couldn't find a way to protect individuals. Even though after everything happens, the Security Council created the ICTR, the ICTY, we still saw that poverty, crisis, insecurity, and indiscriminate attacks against the public and against the individuals were happening, right? So when the Security Council and when the United Nations saw this, they decided to do something about that, or apparently they wanted it to do something about that. So R2P appeared as a concept that could help the United Nations to change the history and the things that were happening around international community. And then we had this great example of Libya when we thought, or the academia thought, it was going to be a change for the international community behavior. And it was going to be a big step for the humanity because we were going to have a concept that would protect individuals. For the humanization of international law, the R2P was a key concept. And sorry, I was looking at the slides. So for the humanization of international law, the R2P is a key concept for recognizing how the individuals was conquering territory in international law. So Libya was expected to be a big win for R2P. Even though we saw genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity happening there, and the remission to the ICC was a key issue for R2P and the role of the Security Council as well. But however, we also had these critics from Russia and from China of what was happening in Libya, right? So NATO was alleged to having to try to achieve a regime change in Libya, and also civil deaths were happening there, violation of human rights, and violation of the principle of distinction in Libya as well, talking about the jus in bello. So after R2P happened in Libya and the international community tried to lift the situation, the real crisis was about to begin. We have seen that Libya has suffered internal displacement, arbitrary detention, torture, sexual violence, child soldiers are happening there as well, and the International Criminal Court have cases that are not achieving any kind of resolution. So when we see what was happening in the international community before the R2P, we can see Rwanda, Yugoslavia, and then we can believe that the R2P was going to change the world, but it didn't happen. After that, we still have cases such as Syria, Myanmar, Georgia, Darfur, and Burundi, where war crimes, genocides, war crimes again, crimes against humanity are happening, and the Security Council doesn't seem to have an answer to do something for the individuals or for the population. So when we see these kind of problems from the global south, we think, well, maybe R2P is not working, or maybe it is working, but not in the way that we expected it to work. So what can we do to keep R2P, or to keep the principles that R2P is fighting for, but making it like a new concept, something fresh, something that doesn't remind us that we have failed over and over again, like we did in Libya, like we are doing in Syria, in Myanmar, in a lot of places in the world. So what I'm working at is a new concept called responsibility protection, which suggests that we have to learn from R2P. We don't have to forget the R2P, but we can learn from it and create a new concept that brings us to a new stage in international law. Taken on the basis of humanization, this proposal suggests that we need to focus on the first pillar and third pillar as well, just as PINAR was saying. Prevention is a key issue that we need to retake for the creation of responsibility protection as well. And the reconstruction is a pillar that has been forgotten in the case of the R2P. Sometimes it seems that like the international community believes it has a right or it has a duty to intervene, but it doesn't plan what to do after the intervention. So we have seen that in Libya, for example, and after everything ends, international community, this is to say the United Nations, just leave the place, and it seems like we don't care anymore about what's happening to the individuals in such places, right? So what I am proposing here is that the reconstruction pillar has to focus on a kind of transitional justice where the international community can help the territory and particularly the individuals at these zones, let's say Syria, Myanmar, Libya, and we can have a plan of what to do after the intervention. We can talk about responsibility if we don't plan what to do after our intervention in anywhere of the world. So if you ask me what would be the legal nature of the responsibility protection, I would say we could classify it as a jus cogens norms. Why so? Because we're talking about the commission of genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. And if we look at that in international law, we can find that it has been classified already for the International Commission of Law and also for different courts as jus cogens. And thinking about the constitutionalization of international law, I'll say that responsibility protection doesn't need to be a new principle or a new concept. It just will be new kind of topic to determine that genocide, war crimes, and crimes against humanity are already jus cogens norms, and they should be and have to be respected. In this sense, if we classify responsibility protection as jus cogens, we also can classify the acts or omissions of the permanent members of the Security Council as international responsibility based on the articles of international responsibility for wrongful acts, particularly the number 14. So whenever the permanent members of the Security Council failed to protect individuals around the world, they would have international responsibility for that. And going further, I will suggest that the Security Council needs help from the regional organizations because there's no one who knows the house better than the one who lives there. So if we focus on a kind of relationship where we can work together between regional organizations and Security Council, we will have the opportunity to develop a better understanding of the situation and a better plan of what to do after intervention. And let me say here that intervention shouldn't be understood just as the use of force. I mean, there are different kinds of the United Nations actions, so we can think about different kinds of plans and not necessarily means the use of force or military intervention. So how can we achieve this? We will need to reform the United Nations Charter, which is kind of a big challenge, and I know we all have been talking about that. And I will be suggesting that the Security Council should have an openness, thinking about open government, openness to the permanent not only for the Security Council, but for the General Assembly. So whenever a decision or a vote is taken, they should have a duty to explain or to justify how and why they are voting like that. Because it will be clear for us, the individuals, as subjects of international law, why they are taking that kind of decisions right now. We're no longer in a world as we used to be after the Second World War, particularly after COVID-19. Everything has changed a lot, and the relationship between nations has changed as well, and between individuals. So if we want to achieve responsibility protection as an evolved concept of the responsibility to protect, we will need to change our institutions as well. So Security Council need to be more open. They need to justify the way they vote. And we need to retake this initiative PINAR was talking about from Mexico and France about the responsibility not to veto. Because we have the responsibility not to veto will be a clear impact of the jus cogens status of the responsibility protection. So all in all, we need to see the R2P as a basis that we have to protect individuals, as a concept that show the humanization of international law is happening. But right now, we also need to recognize that we need to evolve. We need to change, and we need to create a new concept that help us to do something different. This will be the responsibility protection as an answer for the failure of the international community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in good time there as well. That's absolutely brilliant. So now I'd just like to open the floor for questions. Just a reminder for those of you who may not have been at previous panels, there are 3 ways in which that you can ask questions to our panelists today. You can, if you're in the room in Collaborate, you can raise your hand. If you raise your hand, I'll make you a presenter so that you can come in and make any comments or questions via video and audio. If you're on YouTube, you can ask a question in the chat there, or you can post a question within the chat itself. on Collaborate. So does anyone have any particular questions right now? We have Doreen. I will just activate your camera and microphone if you'd like to come in first. And does anyone else have a question? If you want to raise your hand now, I'll just collect a bank of them to be prepared. And then Adrian there as well. So what we'll do is we'll go first to Doreen, then I'll go to Joanna, and then to Adrian. So Doreen, if you'd like to come in first with your question, please.
Hi. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone who took part in this. All presentations were really interesting. My question actually is a bit more towards Maria, because you brought up the non-veto act that France and Mexico have introduced, and there's an actually rather similar one that has been introduced by Liechtenstein, and maybe if you could explain what the difference between both are, because they are so similar that and to also my understanding that some countries that have signed on to one did not sign on to the other one, which is a bit of a question because both of them talk about the non-usage of veto in relation to the 4 crimes. And also my second question is more also, maybe she has an idea, because a lot of countries say that, or actually it's not a lot of countries, and sometimes in some academic papers, I have read that even though that France does not actively use the veto for quite a few years, and that it proposes itself as a very actively humanitarian activist country, or one that hopes to assist in humanitarian issues, that it's more like it can do so because it knows that other countries will still use the veto. Is that in any way reflected in France's practice or in the informal debates, or is that actually just accusations without any cause? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Just while you think that over, Joanna, would you like to come in and ask your question now to the panel? There we go.
Yes. Hello, can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. We can't see you, but we can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I will ask 2 questions. The first one is for Mr. Richard. His surname I don't remember. So the speaker number 2, about the council. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you just broke up slightly there. You said your question was about the Security Council. Yeah, go on.
Okay. Yes, it's for the speaker number 2, Mr. Richard. So you said that regarding the model number 4, regarding your model number 4, you said that not acting in Syria in 2011 and 2012 for Russia and China, well, they said because they said they didn't want to act because it would make the situation worse. What I would like to know is if you think that by not acting, it did not make the situation, it did make the situation worse, in fact. So it's the other way around, maybe. I would like to know what you think about it. And then I would like to ask the speaker number 4, Mrs. Ozen, I think. You just said that there are 5 states now that are against R2P: Russia, Cuba, Venezuela, Iran, and Syria. I would just like to know if they are against the idea of R2P or the implementation of R2P. So are they against the whole idea or just the way it is being implemented? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So we've had 4 questions there from our first 2. I will let you answer then. I'm not sure if the 3rd question there by Joanna was actually meant for LJUPCHO, because
Yes,
we
it
swapped
was
them.
for me.
Yeah, we swapped them around. That's fine. We'll come to you. Maria, would you like to answer those first 2 questions from Doreen first?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So, Doreen, thank you for your question. And yeah, so one of the parts that I'm working at right now is just this responsibility not to veto initiative about France and Mexico, and what other initiatives do we have about it. So I would say I will get back to you on that, talking about what's the difference, particularly between the proposition that you're talking about and France and Mexico. A thing that I would like to bring into mind of us is the realpolitik, and we have to understand that international relations are politics. So there is realpolitik interest in international relations and the relationships between states, how they impact in the decision of whether to support France or Mexico or any other initiatives. I think it's the key answer for that. And obviously, we'll need to look further on the arguments and how these proposals are constructed so we can see all the differences. And I think we need to focus just on which is the point of having so many proposals and not taking care of anyone. So just think about it, think about realpolitik, and I'll get back to you. I have your email already, so we can keep discussion further. Thank you, Patrick.
Great, thank you. And did you want to answer the question from Joanna there as well? Just while you're talking. Okay, we will we'll go then to LJUPCHO if you would like to answer the question there from Joanna.
Yes. So, Joanna, I absolutely agree with your assessment and your question that exactly by not acting in Syria in 2011 and 2012, it is exactly what I believe, exactly what caused the situation to exacerbate further. What I was trying to point out here is that if we imagine that the motives by Russia for the blockade that time in 2011, 2012 were purely prudent, say that they had real own fears that if a certain action could contribute to the worst to the situation, then that would have been an example of a use of a veto in a prudent manner, prudent selectivity, not to exacerbate the situation. However, since it was obvious that the situation on the ground was getting worse, and later on it became clear that Russia especially was protecting the Syrian regime, this was, as I said, abuse of the veto situation more rather than an example of prudent selectivity. But my point was that if the situation did not got worse, and if maybe even if it got worse, but they did not use the veto again, but allowed for an action, that would have qualified as an example for prudent selectivity. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. And do we have any outstanding questions there? That, Pina, would you like to come in? I think you may be on mute, sorry.
Sorry, got excited. I guess Joanna's question was to me about the resisting state. So let me briefly give an answer to her. Thank you for the question. Well, actually, among all the states, all the 5 states, Russia is the one in its statements, I'm not talking about voting behavior in general, but in its specific statements in the General Assembly, Russia is the one outright rejecting the idea of R2P. And in the 2018 debate, for instance, they say that R2P will be forgotten soon as its predecessor humanitarian intervention. So it's kind of a sharp statement. But in the case of Cuba, Iran, Venezuela, and Syria, their position is that they are against the placement of R2P in the formal agenda of the UN General Assembly, or like, for instance, in the latest HRC intersessional debate, Iran, Cuba, Venezuela, and Syria, all four of them indicated that there is no consensus as per the legal meaning and status of R2P, and there is the risk of abuse in terms of military intervention of R2P, and they argue that the cases are highly politicized. So in that regard, if we can interpret it in a way that they argue that R2P is not ripe there, and they are practically against the third pillar of R2P, but I consider them specifically resisting because they always vote against the inclusion of R2P in formal agendas, vice versa. So their position is not as strong as Russia, but they are indeed resisting in that regard. But they are not completely rejecting the idea at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. I think that's it. What I will do now is go to a second round of questions. First up, we have Adrian Gallagher waiting to come in on video, then James Patterson, and then I will, after that, read out a question that we've just had in the chat from Jonathan Gilmore there as well. Adrian.
Thank you very much. A question for Richard Illingworth, quite straightforward. Can you give us a real-world example where you think the Uniting for Peace could have been beneficial? And a quick question for Samuel Jarvis. If I could push you a bit further, Sam, on the relationship between the R2P and long-term prevention. Going back to 2009, 2010, there were a group of academics, Stams, Wise, Manny, etc., who in the paper tomorrow that I present I call rejectionists, and they essentially argued that the R2P should not engage with long-term structural prevention. And I think 10 years on, many of the concerns that they had, you could say, have come to fruition, that they feared that the R2P would be connected with too many crises and too many topics. And I wondered if I could push you further, what is your take then in 2021 of the relationship between R2P and long-term prevention? Thank you very much.
Thank you. And James Patterson, would you like to come in with your question? Sorry, I can't hear you there. You're not on mute though, so let's... No. Oh, yeah, right. I'll give you a quick second to do that, and as we're maybe finding some headphones or something, I'll read out the question from the chat from Jonathan Gilmore. This is a question for Richard. He asks, are there any indicators to suggest that the UN General Assembly will be more permissive in relation to intervention or R2P enforcement measures than the Security Council? It's arguably easier, he says, for a collective body to make more daring and critical statements when they not have knowledge that nothing is likely to be done. As a follow-up, would this change if the UN General Assembly had greater capacity to shape the UN action via Uniting for Peace? There's also still a question, he says, of who would act following the Uniting for Peace resolution. Okay. I see James had just gone inside. James Patterson, are you with us? Not quite. Okay, I'll come back to you in a second then. But for now, Richard, would you like to answer those questions from Adrian and from Jonathan?
Sure, yeah, thanks for the questions, guys. So Adrian's question first then. Sure, it's good and it's important to stay real world and empirically focused and not get too lost in the theoretical debates surrounding General Assembly's powers. So some examples. First up, maybe Kosovo provided a legitimate international response, so legitimised the intervention that took place, given that ad hoc coalitions of the willing risk undermining norms reigning in the use of force in international relations. Would the General Assembly have been able to achieve the requisite votes? I mean, that's a counterfactual question, I'm not sure. Syria, yes, the General Assembly has taken some recommendations anyway without utilising UFP, but arguably it could have and still could do more and utilise the measure to make more recommendations for more robust actions such as sanctions. Myanmar, where the Security Council is completely paralysed. So here's an opportunity clearly for the General Assembly to act on that secondary responsibility that it possesses, and this should indeed include a recommendation to halt arms transfers. So let's hope that that amendment from the Southeastern Asian states fails, and we'll see what happens there. So there's three, but I would also just say that any situation where we would desire the UN's response to mass atrocity, basically, where the Security Council has demonstrated its incompetence. So Rebecca Barber's / the Asia Pacific Centre's report on the powers of the General Assembly, one of the things that's noted there is that the added political clout that an invocation of Uniting for Peace can bring, and signal that the issue is a significant one in terms of international peace and security, and one in which the international community wishes to act over. It could also send a signal to victims that their plight is not being ignored, and that surely has some value too, ensuring that they are not alone. And I can respond to the second question as well from Jonathan. Okay, I mean, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the Myanmar vote, if indeed it even happens in the coming days. I mean, I'm not suggesting that the General Assembly is going to step forward and start throwing out recommendations like throwing stars or anything. The invocation of Uniting for Peace isn't necessarily going to lead to more action, and arguments presented by those states who veto resolutions may hold sway, and that states may not simply possess the will to call for UFP action over RTP cases. Nonetheless, it still seems to offer us an avenue for uninstalling Pillar 3, if you like. And as I have said, the General Assembly has shown its willingness to act on its RTP. So it is possible to generate political will for the General Assembly to take recommendations. You know, PINAR touched upon this as well, but the number of resolutions that the General Assembly has passed referencing RTP would point to that too. Yeah, I'm aware that the feasibility may not be there, and you know that's part of what this paper attempts to do in some ways, try to enhance the feasibility that the General Assembly might act on UFP. In regards to who would act, I guess it depends on the context of what the action is recommended. That's recommended. So if it's regarding something like halting arms sales, then there's no real dilemma of who should act because it should be everyone. Now, General Assembly recommendations are permissive, so they don't enforce compliance, so it is down to individual states on whether they're willing to act or not, of course. And I hope that answers your question.
Brilliant, thank you very much. And Samuel, would you like to respond there to Adrian's question?
Yeah, so thanks very much, Adrian, for your question. I think a really important point. So something I've been thinking about a bit as well, about what the longer term impact has been of kind of associating the R2P with potentially longer term kind of development initiatives. And I think my argument and my response would be that if we think of the R2P as one of a variety of different kind of tools of human protection understood as a broad kind of concept, I think there is real value in kind of still separating the R2P from long-term prevention initiatives to keep the kind of uniqueness of what the R2P is about, what it's for. And there's a danger of kind of, if R2P becomes too much about just being a kind of concept that is occasionally invoked in relation to long-term prevention, then it loses so much of what made it unique in the first place. There's lots of other ways in which we can argue for longer-term prevention initiatives that don't have to be used or connected directly, I suppose, to the R2P. And I suppose the concern is that when you spread the RTP so thin across different initiatives, then you lose that uniqueness. So I think I would come down on that side of things and say that there is a kind of unique element to RTP that needs to be kind of protected and avoid it becoming just connected to prevention initiatives and be kind of disconnected from discussions around human rights in particular.
Brilliant, thank you. Now I have word that James's microphone might be working now. So James Patterson, would you like to come in?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm having problems to collaborate. So, yeah, a question for Richard. So, actually, there's two questions. First of all, it's very interesting. I was wondering what would actually happen if UFP did end up suggesting some action. What do you think the UN Security Council's response would be? I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts. I'd also be interested in hearing your thoughts on whether something might be done to bring on board some of the states that don't have permanent membership of the Security Council. So India, Brazil, who are campaigning for it, to really give the General Assembly UFP potential, a much greater potential in regard to the feasibility issue that was highlighted in some of the questions. Oh, it's a quick question for Maria. It was about, it was similar to Adrian's question in a way. It's about prevention. So do you think that a broader notion of prevention that we often see in debates about structural prevention could encompass some of the normative case that you're presenting for basically something like the responsibility to rebuild? So the responsibility to rebuild has basically fallen away over the past 20 odd years, and it's basically been replaced, it seems, by prevention. So when states are doing the sorts of things that were called for by ISIS under the responsibility to rebuild, there seem to be happening under prevention efforts. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on the links between prevention and rebuilding. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we come to our panelists again, Ronan Lee has a question who would like to come in. Ronan, what's your question for the panel? You may have your microphone switched off, Ronan.
How's that? How's that? Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, that's working. Sorry about that. Look, super panel. I've a question for Maria. Richard's obviously touched on some of the elements of this. When you talked about regional organisations, the first thing that crossed my mind was the unhelpful role of ASEAN in Myanmar. And just this week, obviously, ASEAN is pushing to allow arms to continue to be sold to the Myanmar military against, so the lobbying against a resolution at the UN. Is there not a risk if you open this up more to regional organisations, particularly groups like ASEAN that are completely opposed to intervention? From a philosophical point of view, is there not a risk that you'll weaken the prospects for intervention going forward? So I'd just like to hear your thoughts about that.
Great. Okay, shall we go back there to Richard then with James?
Sure. Cheers, James. Okay, two questions. What would the Security Council do? Well, one of the arguments, of course, for UFP is that it's could be a way of increasing pressure on the council to act. So ideally, the council would respond by acting. But that's not necessarily essential if the UFP recommendations are acted on by states themselves. I do think if states start invoking UFP more often or start acting through the General Assembly more often, then surely the council has to take a damn hard look at itself. And if it wants to be the primary actor for maintaining international peace and security, it has to act on that responsibility. And if states are utilising UFP more and more, that would surely be a warning to them that their failures risk undermining this. Power, of course, comes with responsibility. Regards to the second question, or if it was perhaps more of a comment than a question, Yeah, interesting point. Looking to those non-permanent members for growing support. That's a very interesting way of framing it for sure. And maybe that is indeed something I could seek to factor in feasibility discussions. So yeah, cheers for that.
Thank you. Now I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch who James was directing this question to. Second part. Was it PINAR? Yeah.
That was for me, Patrick.
Right. I'll go to you. Sorry.
It's fine, no worries. I would like to talk a little bit about non-permanent members, because Mexico is a non-permanent member right now at the Security Council. So I know the question was for Richard, but I don't want to lose the opportunity. So Mexico, I think, will be or will play an essential role in talking about the R2P, or responsibility protection, as a concept that we are suggesting. This concept that I just show you or suggest you to, like an evolution of the R2P, is been working with our international relations minister. So we hope, as a non-permanent member from the Global South, we can encourage other countries, also from the Global South, but that kind of countries that haven't been so involved in this kind of debate, to promote and to support, not the responsibility to protect as such, but the responsibility to take care of individuals. So listening or paying attention to non-permanent members, I think, is an essential role that the Security Council should take into consideration. So going to the question that James made, related to prevention, I have to say that during all the research I've been doing, talking about budget on prevention, we can see that it's just like a third of what is designated for military intervention, for example. So prevention has been discussed and has been supported by the political members of the United Nations General Assembly a lot. But then again, we face realpolitik, and even if they are talking about prevention as a key role of their responsibility to protect, and they revealed the responsibility to rebuild as well, we don't see any support in real life. Just as Adrian was saying, if we talk about prevention and we support it over and over again in debate, but we don't give budget to it to make it real, this is the big challenge that prevention is facing, right? So what I would say is we need to pay attention to money in this situation and how the members of the United Nations General Assembly are acting, because this is just like very like hypocrisy, where they seem to support it, but they don't give money to do it. So that's the big challenge that I will identify. And going to Ronald Lee's question about our regional organizations, I completely agree, particularly in the example of the Asian situation and Myanmar. What I would be suggesting is regional organization as allies of the Security Council, but not as a key element of the application, for the application of the R2P or the responsibility protection. We will need to create different criteria to understand how they can contribute to this situation with the Security Council. And that's on what I'm working at this moment. Right now I'm writing chapter 3 of my dissertation. So this is gonna help me a lot, Ronan, to think how the regional organization should be involved in the application of the R2P. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Now, we do have a little bit of time left if there are any final burning questions for the panel. If anyone has any final questions that they'd like to ask. No, I think these papers have given us quite a lot to think about. And I'd like perhaps to draw the session to a close now. And perhaps you can join us on Gather Town, where we can maybe discuss some of these ideas a little bit further. But I'd like to say thank you very much to all of our panelists, LJUPCHO, Richard, Samuel, Pinar, and Maria, for your excellent papers and for taking part in today's conference and for all the great questions during the Q&A. We have a break now until 3:45 UK time, which is 4:45 European time, Central European time. And our next panel will begin at 3:45 on the responsibility to protect in regional and national approaches. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
busy. That's why I wasn't so sure if you wanted to do this right now.
No, that's fine. I'm happy to answer any questions here. This is an open room for us people. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm actually, you might have read in some of the comments, I'm doing my PhD on responsibility to protect, looking at true state practice and not just what is protected in resolutions and so on, because as we know and as other people have spoken, that voting is a political and sometimes a trade-off situation. So I you might have any insights as to more of the informal debates or the informal discussions that take place for states and how they really think in relation to responsibility to protect.
That's a really interesting question. Can you hear me? My personal research focuses mainly on the international legal framework and methods of responding to atrocities, including sanctions and use of force and so on. In terms of the informal gatherings of the research, this is something that I think I've only turned to very briefly. Sadly, the very formal meetings, but there are also the meetings within the Security Council that are monthly at the venue of business where they meet in secret. They may or may not have a statement on that. But yeah, that's personally not my current area of expertise. I know there are a few really interesting points out there. The one that's in the Security Council that you are interested in. There's a really interesting paper by it was part of the UNA UK project funded by the British Academy and Jason Brown, I think was involved in that. But that talked about the UK's position in the UN, but also talked about some of the backroom kind of informal pen holder frameworks that are in place.
Would you happen to have the article? Would you happen to know the title of the article or know where I can find it? Because unfortunately, my university doesn't have access to everything.
Yeah, it's a document. Well, they have a one. It's Global Britain and the United Nations, and even though it doesn't exactly touch upon R2P directly, it is quite a fascinating read. About some of the background when it was written of how the people were so that's why how close they did the chat between us.
Oh, thank you. That was so nice of you. Another thing, you were saying that you practice of countries in relation to prevention or acting in cases of mass atrocity. And that is actually the second part element that I'm looking at. I'm not just looking at opinion jurists, which is opinions in relation to responsibility to protect, but actually if they put their foot where their mouth is. How do they act when the situation requires so actually your expertise and your interest in that matter is actually extremely important because it's the actual state practice.
I think to the live stream of the Responsibility to Protect in Theory and Practice Conference 2021. As people come back from the break, I see some people are still in the process of reconnecting. I'll just say a couple of ways to remind you how you can get involved with this event today. If you haven't already signed up on Eventbrite, it's still possible to do so. And you can use the Eventbrite online page to access the virtual conference venue, gather time to have a look around. You can also watch on YouTube, and also, as you know, if you're in the room, get involved within Collaborate as well. This session is on the responsibility to protect in regional and national approaches, and the chair of this session is James Patterson. Now, I'm just going to check to see that James has access to presentation. He doesn't. I will just give him access here. And then I'll also make sure that all of our participants are ready and online. James, I'll hand it over to you.
Lovely, thank you, Patrick. So, good. Okay, so we've got another 5 presentations today, and I think we should just get straight into it so that we can finish on time. So I think we recommend that we go with the order that they are listed in the program. So let's start with Elena and Harold, who are coming from virtually from Madrid and Cuba, and they're going to talk about the RTP and the OAS.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
well, my name is Elena.
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, congratulations for the Congress. It was very, very interesting and very well organized. I have made this work with Professor Harold Bertot-Triana, but he's making the presentation due to time. So from both of us, if you don't mind. Okay.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Elena, did you say that you were going to go ahead with the presentation? Sorry, I think I misunderstood.
I don't know why Harold cannot make his camera.
Okay.
I'm just checking. I can't see Harold listed in the participants. Hello, Triana.
I suggest, why don't we go to Zane,
Yeah.
and then we'll come back to you, Elena. Is that okay?
Yes, if no, I can give my phone to him, and then he can make the presentation. Okay, just 1 second.
Okay, is he joined? No, he's not on my participants list. I suggest that why don't we move to Zane, and then we can come back to Elena and Harold, and they can have 15. Elena, you can have 15 minutes. Gonna get all sorted, make it a bit less stressful. Okay, Zane, are you all ready?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to share some idea with you on this event, and we want some reflection of the responsibility to protect and the organization of American states. On October 10th, 2020, the Secretary General of the Organization of American States appointed a special advisor of the responsibility to protect with the objective to analyze, study, and debate how to develop a mechanism for the organization of American states to prevent and respond to mass atrocity crime in the region with all interest parties, and as consequence formulating suggested possible course of action by the organization and develop a new innovative regional complement to their responsibility to protect which was adopted by the United Nations General Assembly World Summit. This idea understands that the best way to prevent and respond to serious, massive human rights violations must be developed through the regionalization of the responsibility to protect. This paper aims to propose and discuss some ideas for the construction of an effective regional mechanisms in preventing and responding to the existence of the mass crime such as genocide, war crime, ethnic cleansing, and crimes against humanity. In any case, the response provided by international organizations regarding the responsibility to protect should be in accordance with international law. For the application of preventive measures by the Organization of American States in the diplomatic, political, and legal matter, we defend the incorporation of the organ in the international responsibility to protect. Thus, we also propose measures as a response to the existence of massive crime that occur in a member state of the American Regional Organization. In the first place, we consider that the responsibility to protect in America should be considered under the notion of collective guarantee. This notion of collective guarantee is established in the Charter of the Organization of American States. The principle of the solidarity and good neighborliness constitute pillar of the inter-American system established in the Charter. In this sense, there are collective guarantee mechanisms which directly and collectively involve the member state together with the political bodies of the organization in the fulfillment of universal and regional obligation. A state within the framework of the responsibility to protect must implement urgent measures. For this reason, institutional mechanisms must be adopted to act early and collectively against massive crimes such as genocide, war crime, ethnic cleansing, and crime against humanity. Cooperation among states in good faith is vital in the notion of collective guarantee in the inter-American system. The Charter of the Organization of American States established duty for states to guarantee peace, regional security, democracy, and human rights. Obligation for all states that are members of the Organization of Human States through the Charter of Organization of American States. For this reason, there are duties for all member states and for all states collectively within the framework of the responsibility to protect. The duty of cooperation of the state in America through the Organization of American States in the face of violation by a state that is unwilling or unable to prevent massive crime, I specified in a duty to prevent, duty to react, and duty to reveal in case of use of force. There are specific obligations established for a state within the framework of the responsibility to protect and that are compatible with the obligation established in the Charter of the Organization of American States to collectively guarantee peace, regional security, human rights, and democracy. Second, we believe that some political and legal mechanisms can be used in the Organization of American States to give effect to a specific obligation in the framework of the responsibility to protect. Obligation, we reiterate, compatible with obligation established in the Charter of the Organization of American States to comply with the notion of collective guarantee. In the first place, the creation of the body integrates on the royalty basis by the states of the American continent with the mission of ensuring and observing compliance with the obligation by the state to protect their population from massive crime. An effective way for the viability of this body would be to give binding effect on this report on the evaluation of the measure to be taken by the state collectively. This measure could be agreed in their scope at the meeting of the General Assembly of the organization or at the meeting of consultation of Minister of Foreign Affairs or the Permanent Council of the organization. Depending on the nature of rank of the body that is created, the charter of the organization should be reformed. The most useful thing would be the creation of a new council together with the permanent council of the organization and the Inter-American Council for Integral Development. If not, it could become a subsidiary body of the permanent council of the organization itself, in accordance with the provision of Article 77 of the Charter of the Organization of American States. Second, to understand diplomatic action to avoid situations that endanger the life and personal integrity of people in a massive way. In this sense, is also the duty of the state to activate the system political mechanisms in the Organization of American States, including the hypothetical Council of the Responsibility to Protect, to Prevent, or to react to massive crime events. Third, establish much more agile and effective mechanism for the investigation and prosecution of serious human rights violations. In this sense, in preventive manner, there must be more effective way for a state under the auspices of the Organization of American States to resort to international judicial bodies such as the International Criminal Court. Fourth, establish a broad humanitarian program to react to eventual states that fail to comply with this responsibility to protect. This plan, in accordance with human rights obligation and international humanitarian law and refugee law, must include effective international protection mechanisms for the granting of asylum from the enjoyment of the most elementary rights of human rights. These are some ideas that we wanted to share with you. Thank you very much for your attention.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Elena and Harold. Shall we now move over to Zain? Apologies about the confusion earlier, Zain. So Zain is based in Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Sorry if I haven't pronounced that right. So Zain, are you ready? Based in Indonesia, but formerly from Leeds. Thank you, Francesco, for the question. If you put your hand up at the end of the presentation, you'll be able to ask your question in person as well, on the screen as well. Okay, over to you, Zain.
Well, thank you, James. I'm trying to share the PowerPoint. So I'm not really familiar with this. So how to do this, James? So
right. Okay. If you click on the
this one.
The bottom right-hand corner, there's two little. There's a purple thing with two little arrows. Oh, no. Yeah, that's not your one, obviously. And then there should be a share content button, which is the one with the arrow where it's pointing at the box. And the way I did it was I clicked on share files. And then if you add your file, you should be able to do it. Have you uploaded your, if you upload your file?
Yes.
The contest dish. I can't see it there. Have you got it? Have you got it there?
Contesting the Atrocity. Yeah.
Well, so your audio's not quite right. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Your audio is not quite right, Zain. Is it possible to move closer a bit? You're slightly faint.
I think your microphone is up by your head, Zain. If you just bring it down.
Oh, yeah. All right, sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. Yeah. I forgot it.
Okay. Right. Okay, great.
Yeah. So it's clear now, yeah?
Yes, brilliant. Yeah. I think you've got your presentation. We can hear you clearly, so you're all ready.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, James. So actually in this paper, I would like to focus on how to be a contestation in the context of Southeast Asia, to looking at how R2P is understood and interpreted by ASEAN countries, and to see whether R2P is being totally rejected or adopted, localized, or normatively resisted by the government. So in general, there are two broad schools of thought or arguments that emerge in the relation to the diffusion of R2P in Southeast Asia. The first one is scholars that take a positive stance that arguing that ASEAN and the member state have made significant progress in promoting and localizing R2P in the region. From this perspective, progress, they argue that progress should be understood as incremental and conditioned by the regional context, and assessment of the progress must be realistic. So, in light of ASEAN response to humanitarian crisis in Myanmar in the wake of Cyclone Nargis in 2008, for example, this kind of scholars suggest that the principle of non-interference is in the process of being recalibrated to permit expression of concern, offers assistance, and even the application of limited diplomatic pressure in response to major humanitarian crisis in the region. So this perspective emphasized that ASEAN member states have softened their interpretation and application of regional principle, especially the non-interference and state sovereignty, when responding to humanitarian crisis, and this reflects a normative shift toward an acceptance of sovereign responsibility among the ASEAN countries. So they also add this argument by emphasizing that the establishment of ASEAN regional human rights bodies, such as the ICHAIR, ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights, and ASEAN Humanitarian Assistance Center, which is both are theoretically relevant to R2P, are seen as a demonstration of this shift. And also a limited amount of concern expressed by some ASEAN countries like Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand toward Myanmar government, also adding the argument that the progress of human rights and also R2P in the regions continue. They claim, the ASEAN elites also claim that regional framework and mechanism relating to human rights contain the core element of R2P, even though they don't use exactly the language of R2P in ASEAN, but they claim that the existing mechanism of ASEAN related to R2P contain the core element of R2P, especially related to prevention and capacity building. So in general, they believe that ASEAN is on the right track to being adopted or at least embrace the R2P and promoting the principle among the ASEAN countries. So on the other hand, in contrast to those positive views, others argue that there is too little evidence to claim that ASEAN and the member states are incorporating or localizing R2P into regional arrangement, because R2P is largely driven by outsiders, especially the ASEAN Pacific Center for R2P networks in the University of Queensland. So this argument or this perspective emphasize that while outsiders and majority non-state actors in Southeast Asia played significant roles in promoting R2P in the region, but the countries, the government, still maintain their stance on sovereignty as something an inalienable and unequivocal right of state rather than a responsibility. So while some ASEAN countries support R2P in multilateral settings, like in the UN discussion on R2P, but the implementation of the principle, especially within the context of Southeast Asia, still needs more institutional and political support because they largely still reluctant to the principle, the use of the language is still avoided by ASEAN countries, and they also still reluctant with some kind of international interference for some mass atrocities cases within the region, including the cases of Rohingya in Myanmar, and also the Philippines extrajudicial killing war on drugs in the Philippines. So that's why this paper focus on the two humanitarian crises in Southeast Asia, the case of Rohingya and the Philippines war on drugs, as empirical cases to explore the relevance of R2P in the region. So analysis of these cases may provide an insight into how R2P norm or principle is actually interpreted and contested in the ASEAN context. So rather than simply saying that R2P is totally rejected or R2P is being localizing by ASEAN countries. So this paper proposed an argument that emphasizes on the process of or the mechanism of problematization of R2P by ASEAN governments on normative grounds. So rather than simply a straightforward stance of disengaged rejection or a process of generative agonism. So it argues that ASEAN governments exhibit subsidiary behavior according to Acharya concept on non-subsidiarity, in the sense that they have used normative principles such as state sovereignty, non-interference, and self-determination to offer normative resistance to the diffusion and application of R2P in the region. Now, we can look at how ASEAN countries respond to atrocities in the regions. ASEAN countries resist the first thing is the countries in ASEAN, they resist the description of Rohingya and war on drugs in the Philippines as a crime against humanity or as a genocide or ethnic cleansing or whatever. So they don't see those cases as mass atrocities. For example, the case of Rohingya, they generally been defined as a complex problem, seen through the lens of national and regional stability and peace, and involving some other issues like state sovereignty, ethnic conflict, extremism, radicalism, and so on. So in this sense, ASEAN states tend to view the issue in the context of the insurgency and counterinsurgency in Myanmar, rather than as atrocity crimes. So they frame the case as a national or domestic issues, and from the lens of security and stability of the region, rather than from a human protections point of view. This perspective is also used by ASEAN countries when they see the issue of extrajudicial killing in the Philippines. They don't see that the extrajudicial killing by Duterte is exactly or is simply as a crime against humanity, because they argue that drugs is a complex problem. Drug is a very significant issue for whole Southeast Asian countries. It is a very crucial issue for whole Southeast Asian countries, and drug is related to many issues. For example, like the problem of development, social and health, transnational crimes, domestic stability, and so on. So they tend to see the extrajudicial killing of Duterte in the war on drugs campaign as a broader strategy, made by a Duterte government in order to overcome the significant problem of drugs in the Philippines. So rather than condemn the killings, extrajudicial killing of Philippines government, they tends to they tend to say that drug is a crucial problem, so it needs something like extraordinary strategy, yeah, to deal with something that's very, very big problem for whole Southeast Asian countries. So from those two issues, ASEAN countries, the similar thing is they tend to see the problem of Rohingya and the war on drugs in the Philippines as a complex issue that related to many other aspects rather than simply as a human rights violations or mass atrocities. So that's why they argue that those issues cannot simply cannot be simply simplified, yeah, into an argument or into an accusation that Rohingya and war on drugs in the Philippines as crime against humanity or genocide or whatever it is. So because that's related to many other aspects, yeah, rather than only focusing on human rights issue. So that's why they tend to refuse any label that is made by any actors, yeah, international community, for the two cases as an atrocity crimes. And ultimately, some of my interviews, for example, they emphasize that regardless any label made by the UN, made by human rights networks and so on, regarding the cases, whether it is atrocity, whether it is crime against humanity or the act of genocide, they emphasize that ASEAN is not interested in discussing of any labeling about whether it is atrocity crimes or not, but they emphasize that ASEAN tends to focus on solution. So whatever they emphasize that whatever label made by international community to those cases, ASEAN prefer to discussing what kind of solution that can be given to Myanmar or to Duterte government in dealing with those issues. Yeah, so that's why they don't consider any R2P case in Southeast Asia. So it is also it is also at the argument that it is not easy to determine, yeah, to determine a case as an R2P case or not, yeah, an issue as an R2P case or R2P situation or not. So like the issue of Rohingya and the war on drugs in the Philippines, they argue that we cannot simplify those cases into just only from the perspective of human rights, but we should look at any other related aspect or any broader perspective, so we can see the problem comprehensively, yeah, rather than just only focus on human rights violations. So that's why they they think that on one hand they believe or they argue that it is still debatable how to define an issue as an atrocity crimes, and on the other hand they don't see any R2P case in Southeast Asia because not only about the problematic of criteria in defining an issue as an atrocity crimes, but also they don't define the problem of Rohingya and the Philippines war on drugs as only from a human rights perspective, but from other related aspects, yeah, including like poverty, a development, yeah, social and health issue, transnational crimes, insurgencies, and so on. So in my conclusions, some points of my conclusions. It is also saying briefly, but I think Sam, Samuel Jarvis said briefly about Indonesia approach, soft approach to Myanmar. It is true that among all ASEAN countries, that Indonesia has been leading in a soft approach to Myanmar, which typifies the regional mindset. So it emphasized that Indonesia emphasized that condemnation and sanction are not necessarily a good way to show the concern about the problem. The country believed that a good and trusted relationship among states is the key to solving a cross-border problem. And this is what Indonesia did to Myanmar. So given the scale of the human rights abuses and the soft approach by Indonesia and most ASEAN countries toward Myanmar and their silent response to the Philippines' war on drugs, it is arguably difficult to make the argument that there is a case of R2P in practice or the implementation without adoption of R2P norm in Southeast Asia. So in this paper, I argue that a subsidiary behavior is preferred by ASEAN governments to R2P. If we look at the motive and perspective that are used by the ASEAN countries, they don't even use the human protection point of view in defining or in seeing the issue of Rohingya and the Philippines war on drugs. So I argue that it is difficult or it is problematic to argue that there is an R2P in practice in Southeast Asia, while on the other hand, the government, the ASEAN government, even don't use human protection view when they see the issue of Rohingya and the war on drugs. They prefer to use the lens of security, regional stability, development, or something broader aspect, rather than human protection issues. So it is more like a subsidiary behavior by using the normative regional principle rather than an example of an R2P in practice. Even though soft approach by Indonesia and some ASEAN countries to Myanmar is happening, but we cannot simplify to argue that it is an R2P in practice, because even the perspective of human protection is not being taken or considered by ASEAN government in defining those two problems. So probably the last point.
Okay, Zane, can you wrap up now, please? Because you're a bit over time. So can you just say one more thing, please?
Okay, yeah. So probably just the further discussion after the conclusion. Probably from this case, it can lead to another discussion about applicatory contestation. In the case of Southeast Asia, they don't refuse the validity of R2P as a principle to protect people from mass atrocities. So they focus on the practical aspect of R2P. So this case suggests that applicatory contestation can obstruct the implementation of international norms, even though the state just only focus on something practical rather than resisting the validity of the norm. So if the contestation persists, it may weaken the norm and cause failure of its practical implementation. Because implementation of norm is everything, because it is only through implementation that the effectiveness and viability of political ideas like R2P can be determined. So that's what I can say, James. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Zane. Okay, over to Rahel from Hacettepe University. Rahel, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I'll be presenting my working paper, Residual Responsibility to Implement. Can you see my paper?
No.
I'm sharing.
You want to try again?
How about now?
Lovely, thank you. Okay, brilliant.
Good, super. Okay, so I will be presenting my working paper, Residual Responsibility to Implement the EU and also the Responsibility to Protect. The study links the Constitutive Act of the African Union and R2P. It analyzes how they relate and how the EU has proceeded to implement them. It discusses why, despite the organization being bound by the two Constitutive Act and also the Responsibility to Protect, still continues to be constrained only to reaction and ignores preventative measures, rebuilding initiatives, and the role of the populations of the continent. Thus, and largely lacks in its residual responsibility to implement the Constitutive Act and the responsibility to protect successfully. So let's start off with the nascent of the EU. The African Union came with the promise to do things differently from its predecessor, the Organization of African Unity. So while the OAU pursued a non-interference stance, the EU quickly prospered to rally member states against the principles of non-interference. The sheer speed the EU adopted and signed the Constitutive Act and represented a cornerstone to a new area of peace and security in the continent, and deemed the continent Africa ready to challenge its past. So when analyzing the Constitutive Act, Article 4H takes a center stage as one of the fundamental pivotal articles of the Act. The article establishes the right of the Union to intervene in a member state to prevent grave circumstances, namely war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity. So the Constitutive Act under Article 4H became the first treaty to grant an international organization the right to intervene in a member state for human protection purposes other than genocide. So, pursuant to the adoption of the Constitutive Act, the EU established several bodies to operationalize Article 4H. The African Peace and Security Architecture was established, encompassing a set of interrelated institutions that functioned at national, regional, and continental levels. The main organ was the Peace and Security Council, which was supported by the EU Commission and also other three dedicated bodies, the Continental Early Warning System, the Panel of the Wise, and also the Peace Fund. Moreover, consistent with the continuum of protection, the Constitutive Act is supported by other founding documents of the organization, such as the Common African Defense and Security Policy and also the new Partnership for African Development. Both of them, they promote development and security in the continent. So other fundamental organs also include the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and also the African Court of Justice and Human Rights. Good. So when we come to the Constitutive Act and R2P, we have to note that when addressing R2P, we have to note that it's important to note that the African continent is intricately linked to the development of the norm. Individuals such as Francis Deng and countries and regional organizations of the continent have made prominent contributions to the development of the norm from the beginning. Moreover, the underpinnings of the Constitutive Act resonates with the features articulated in R2P. The bodies established to operationalize the Constitutive Act, as we saw in the previous slide, are in tandem with the initial three strands of R2P to prevent, react, and rebuild. However, the pursued provisions for intervention, they bear notable differences that continue to generate major debates on their compatibility. So the primary difference lies in that the Constitutive Act is a legally binding agreement among the member states of the EU, while R2P is this is well debated as merely an international norm. As such, while the word right is used in the Constitutive Act and the PSC protocol, which defines the legal obligations of the EU member states, it's described as responsibility in R2P. Another minor difference, which has also raised debate, is that in the featured mass atrocities. So in R2P, R2P identifies ethnic cleansing along with genocide, war crimes, and also crimes against humanity. But when it comes to Constitutive Act, it does not mention ethnic cleansing. However, it is not important that the act of ethnic cleansing, it's not that the act of ethnic cleansing is inherent in the three atrocities stated in both the Constitutive Act and R2P. Thus, the fact that it's not mentioned in the Constitutive Act does not constitute a lack of recognition. So moving on to another major difference which have generated major debate also is the implementation features of the Act and R2P. So when R2P is implemented through the Security Council. The Security Council has the final say, as we have seen in the previous presentations, as discussed in the previous presentations. The EU, however, appears a legal right to intervene without the consent of a member state, which is quite debatable, and or when a member state under Article 4J of the Constitutive Act requests the EU to intervene to restore peace and security. So previously, the EU didn't seek permission from the Security Council to implement Article 4H. However, the EU's intervention in member states' internal conflicts without the member states' consent directly contradicted Article 53.1 of the UN Charter, which states that law enforcement action shall be taken under regional arrangements or by regional agencies without the authorization of the Security Council. Consequently, in the LJUPCHO consensus, the EU, recognizing the normative conflict, recalled the importance of the UNSC's prior approval to regional organizations' enforcement actions. To this end, the roadmap of the operationalization of African standby force clarified that the EU will seek the authorization of the Security Council before intervening in a member state. However, in certain situations requiring immediate action, the UNSC approval could be granted after the fact. So the study recognizes these differences and bears the potential of to recognize that the potential of Constitutive Act in R2P to complement each other in a shared interest to protect populations of the continent. So as in principle, the main features of the Constitutive Act and R2P, they encourage issues to be solved at the lowest level. And when institutional and operational challenges impede the EU and member states, the responsibility to be passed on to the international community. So the element of subsidiarity as such empowers the EU as a regional organization, and in the same vein, it promotes division of labor. Good. So moving on to the implementation challenge, to the main implementation challenges, we see that until now, granted the initiations of the Constitutive Act and R2P have saved lives in the continent. That's undebatable. But since their inception, however, the fundamental challenges continue to impede their successful implementation. Yes, they have saved lives, but it's not quite that successful. They could have done more. So a major predicament to the successful implementation of both the Act and R2P has been the wavering commitment and weak structure of the member states, the EU, and also the international community. So member states are often averse to decisions that could set a precedent for the African Union and international community to intervene in their own countries. Moreover, the political structure of member states, it presents another challenge because according to statistics, most heads of states of the African Union have been in government for an extended period. More often than not, these heads of states, they champion certain concrete ideas that ultimately constrain the African Union from initiating change and advocating for a more vibrant reform. So another important element that we should note is also that articles and practices of the organization itself, also protects these heads of states and governments, quite ironically. So I will just give you two examples. For instance, if you look under Article 59.1 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, you will find out that member states are bound by a confidentiality agreement not to publicize atrocities in a member state. So another thing is that the voting record of member states and the activities of the organization are not released to the public regularly. As a result, this practice has led to the assumption that the AU favors incumbent state regimes over its commitment to protect populations of the continent, and that member states appear to prioritize the mutual protection of ruling elites to protect rather than protecting populations. Another thing is that in practice, there is no clear cut among the PSC, the EU Commission, and the Assembly of Heads of States. So as a result, there is an overlap among the authorities, which continuously hampers the timely, effective, and unbiased decision-making mechanisms of the EU. So this ultimately undermines the independent foundations and reputation of the organization and its sub-institutions. Good. So furthermore, if we focus on the international community, we'll find out that foreign interests on the continent have evolved to be another predicament in the fact that international community encompasses a certain set of countries, and that when it comes to the Security Council, also biased decisions or lack of inaction also have been major problems. This has been discussed in the previous presentation, so I'm not doing it more. So another thing is that maybe inclined to this things, the foreign interests in Security Council or international communities, they are more inclined to putting their interests first. So this encompasses the endeavor pursued under the Constitutive Act and also R2P. Good. Another thing which we have to notice that even well-intended interventions on the continent conjure issues of imperialism and neocolonialism and the blatant display of superiority of powerful actors. Good. So moving on to another slide here. Good. So another thing which has been quite problematic, quite a challenge, is that ambiguous definitions within the Constitutive Act and R2P. So in February 2003, the EU amended the Constitutive Act, Article 4H, and it has now the right to intervene in situations that present a serious threat to legitimate order. So this feature resonates also with paragraph 139 of the 2005 World Summit outcome that states the responsibility to protect has to be shouldered by the international community when a member state manifestly fails. So the term manifestly failing as the concept of serious threat to legitimate power is for debate. There is no concrete definition attached in what a serious threat to legitimate power or manifestly failing entails. Another problem has been also articles within the Constitutive Act which member countries have used, manipulated to stop the organization from intervening, such as Article 4H, 4J, and also Article 3B, which defend the sovereignty, which promote sovereignty of the countries. Good. So another problem which has been mentioned over and over again is that the question of finance, that the countries have prolonged disagreements on how much each member should contribute, and their failure to commit to it. And donors, when we come to donors, they show pattern of preferring to donate to a particular country or a region rather than funding the EU. Good. So the main problem, according to this paper, is that there is lack of awareness among the general public. There are no known institutions dedicated to educating populations of the continent and how to respond to mass atrocities. So this has been a problem which has been that it's often blamed on the education system of the continent, which is heavily scrutinized by the government, and the lack of adequate internet connections, free media, and other means. So all in all, if we see, there are a lot of challenges present, but at the same time, there is hope that the continent, the member states, and the populations could all strive towards a viable implementation of the Constitutive Act and R2P. So to that end, change will require political commitment, financial stability, and technical reforms of member states, the EU, as well as the international community. Thank you very much. With this, I have come to conclude my presentation.
Wonderful, thank you. Perfectly timed, I should add as well. Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. Okay, let's now turn to Vasilika, who I think we all know, one of the co-organisers of the conference.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, James. I'm sorry, I'm struggling with installing my PowerPoint presentation. Okay, just one more try. It's not working, right?
No, it's not.
Oh, it's on now, right?
It's on now. I think you're good to go.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for giving me the floor, and to all the speakers before me who have already elaborated a little bit on these regional approaches to responsibility to protect. Now, I think we can say with certainty that among the regional organizations, European Union has probably been the most vocal supporter of responsibility to protect, and also the first regional organization to appoint the special R2P focal point. For today's discussion, I decided to look at the issue. I'm not sure why this is not working as it should, but nevertheless, I will use the other screen. I decided to look at the issue that actually came to the attention of at least the EU member states general public quite recently last year, when the EU Commission decided to introduce the so-called rule of law conditionality, especially when approving certain financial benefits for the member states. Now, therefore, I wish to look at R2P as a principle in comparison to the rule of law principle, as they have both been recognized by the Secretariat of the United Nations as the relevant principles for all member states. Then spend a few moments on the use of rule of law conditionality and how it has been used in practice. Then I will look at how EU looks at responsibility to protect and mainly treats it as a foreign affairs and security policy issue, to then turn to possible ramifications of this recent decision of the European Union to apply the rule of law conditionality also to its own member states, and then finish with some conclusions. Now, if we look at the exact content of the responsibility to protect, and here I would just like to note that I have heard during this day a couple of references to the normative content of responsibility to protect from the 2001 ICISS report, which of course has been superseded by the 2005 wording of the World Summit outcome document. So this is the only wording to which the member states consensually agreed upon. So basically, that's why I think it's very important to distinguish between the exact phrases used in the two documents. So R2P under the World Summit outcome document covers 4 mass atrocities. We know which ones these are, focuses on mainly on prevention and early warning, but also brings about issues of accountability, and mainly rests on 3 pillars. So 3 pillars in the language of responsibility to protect refer not to prevention, reaction, and rebuilding, but to primary responsibility of each state, Then the second pillar introduces international communities' responsibilities to encourage and assist individual states in meeting that responsibility. And then the third pillar, if a state is manifestly failing to protect its populations, then the international community committed to take appropriate collective action through the UN Security Council in accordance with the UN Charter. The rule of law, on the other hand, as defined by the United Nations, refers to the principle of governance in which all persons, institutions, entities, public and private, including the state itself, are accountable to laws that are mainly consistent with international human rights norms and standards. The United Nations also connect the principle of rule of law to the three pillars of the United Nations: peace and security, human rights, and the development. So both principles, rule of law and responsibility to protect, have little original normative content, if I may say so, because most of their normative contents are important from the pre-existing legal or political rules and commitments. As well, they are both dependent on the existing structures or the new structures that are put up by both states and international organizations, and few are strictly devoted exclusively to one or the other principle. One example would be the network of R2P focal points, but otherwise both principles depend on other existing measure structures and mechanisms. Now, the European Union has in its founding treaties several references both to human rights, international law, but also rule of law. And I would in particular like to bring your attention to Article 2 of the Treaty on the European Union, which unequivocally states that the Union is founded on the values of respect for, and then it enumerates but includes also the rule of law and respect for human rights. And this is important for my point that it is not only the idea that the European Union will pursue these goals in its external relations with other states and international organizations, but it is essentially founded on these basic principles and values. So when the European Union started implementing its rule of law conditionality policy, it first applied it in its relations with third states. We can mention here the Copenhagen admission criteria for new members, which were adopted in 1993, and then further strengthened by Madrid Council in 1995, or, for example, the 2000 Cotonou Agreement with the ACP countries. And in all these measures adopted by the European Union, they were usually conditioning the respect for the rule of law with granting certain also financial benefits to third states. However, there was this interesting turn in last year where actually the European Union started using this rule of law conditionality also for its own member states. And this has already turned to be quite a significant challenge for certain EU member states, and they have also attempted to block the adoption of the EU budget, challenged this policy before the Court of Justice of the European. So you can see a lot of resistance within the certain EU member states, although, as I said, Article 2 clearly posits that the EU is funded on the respect for the rule of law. Now, the European Union, as I said, has been primarily referring explicitly to the responsibility to protect in its external relations. Also, when in 2019 it adopted its toolkit for atrocity prevention, it presented this document as a guideline to coordinate European responses to atrocities in a proactive and coherent manner. So we can see this external dimension that is somehow suggested in the language used by the European Union. Now, I would like to bring your attention to the most recent statement of the European Union during the UN General Assembly debate on R2P on 17th of May this year, where, among many other things, the EU stated, or the statement that was read on behalf of all EU member states, states that R2P forms an integral part of the EU's foreign and security policy, and prevention is a key priority. So again, we see a clear reference to R2P in connection to its external dimension. And that while, of course, recovering from pandemic and rebuilding better and all of these known phrases, it also states that in the European Union, so in the European Union, meaning not only in its external relations, at least I would like to read this statement in this manner, but also within the European Union, there is, for example, also the 2020-2024 Action Plan for Human Rights and Democracy, which specifically also includes addressing accountability gaps and erosions of the rule of law towards their work to combat intolerance, harassment, and violence based on ethnic origin, religion, or belief. And specifically mentioned is also the EU's framework decision on combating racism and xenophobia, which criminalizes certain practices which have spread across also the EU member states. So therefore, I think it is very important to understand that perhaps the approach of the EU member states towards responsibility to protect, because obviously this was a statement made in discussions on responsibility to protect, might be evolving to a certain extent if we are a little bit optimistic. Now, what does it mean concretely for the possible changes in the future, this new rule of law conditionality introduced by the European Union? Here, we have to recognize that the European Union is a special animal with its very well developed sui generis legal order, which also means that the member states have transferred the exercise of part of their sovereign rights to the European Union. As we already well know, the responsibility to protect is actually based on sovereignty of states and the respect for fundamental human rights. So if part of sovereignty, or let's say exercise of sovereign rights better, was transferred to the European Union, then the European Union as this regional actor also in this sense acts as every other state under Pillar 1 on responsibility to protect. And this is very important to analyze through the division of competences among the European Union and its member states. So, for example, where the EU possesses exclusive competences, for example, issues concerning internal market or trade policies, and even when it shares competences with the member states, for example, environmental policies, public health policies, cooperation in criminal matters, in all these areas, it is not solely the member states which should be responsible under Pillar 1 of responsibility to protect, to enact necessary legislative frameworks, adopt measures, put in place necessary structures, but it is also the EU's responsibility, which acts in that areas as a sovereign actor. So in that sense, we could conclude that there is some shrinking space for independent primary responsibility of states under responsibility to protect. And there certainly are certain pros and cons to that, but it seems that the European as such has not yet fully engaged into this discussion. What does this mean in the context of responsibility to protect? Because mainly, as I said, its focus for the last 20 years has been on R2P as an foreign policy issue. Now, just very quickly to my conclusions. So what can we conclude from everything that has been said? First, the 2005 R2P is narrower than the rule of law principle, in the sense that it explicitly addresses only states in international organizations, but does not refer to responsibilities of other actors, such as non-state armed groups, for example, NGOs, corporations, individuals. And it also only covers for mass atrocities. On the other hand, rule of law is a broader principle in the sense that it refers to anything that is regulated by law, be it domestically or internationally. But it is also, in a sense, the responsibility is, in a sense, also more comprehensive, as, on the other hand, it is not limited by the legal rules and their implementation, and it is normatively and institutionally covering a wider array of possible measures and actions. So the two principles are overlapping, but depending on the viewpoint we take, they can be either narrower or more comprehensive, depending on what is the topic we are wanting to apply these principles to. Now, rule of law conditionality by definition engages R2P operationalization. When it comes to promoting and ensuring respect for fundamental human rights, but also international humanitarian law, criminal accountability, both externally and internally. Now, European Union's unequivocal commitment to human rights, rule of law, and responsibility to protect urgently calls for engaging this highly evolved EU legal system, all its policies, institutional structures, but also, and this is very important, financial measures to employ responsibility to protect lands also to the conduct of its own member states when they act at home and abroad, as well as to the functioning of its own institution. And in doing that, the EU is well positioned to use this rule of law conditionality as an additional tool in its toolbox to ensure the implementation of responsibility to protect. Now, on a perhaps more realistic note, we can expect perhaps certain developments within a next decade or two, but nobody really knows what is cooking in the EU's kitchen. So perhaps we'll be surprised and we will see further evolution from these new recent developments on instituting this rule of law conditionality also for its internal sphere of action within the European Union. And perhaps the R2P has a bright future in this respect as well. Thank you for your attention.
Wonderful, very interesting, thank you. Okay, now let's turn to the final paper. And we have Nicholas and Victor. I believe it's only Nicholas. Nicholas, are you there? We can hear you, Nicholas, but we can't.
Can you hear me?
There we are.
Yeah, hello.
Over to you. You have 15 minutes.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Partisan. And thank you so much, my co-presenters and colleagues. So much has been talked about R2P today. So our topic is going to be on the UK, the post-Brexit and the responsibility to protect. I would not be sharing my PowerPoint because it's an ongoing paper. So we're still developing the paper, looking at the ideas, and that's why I think it's such a forum. It would be nice to throw the discussion open so that we could explore the issues as they are. But of course, what could have propelled our thinking of writing this paper first is the whole issue about what role leadership plays in a norm or in a state or in a society. So, and now going by that, looking at the exit process. So in order not to get us bogged down with the whole idea of how the R2P resonated, the main pillars of the R2P, I would just quickly want to push to how active was the UK in the build-up to the responsibility to protect. First, we're going to talk about how the UK has contributed so much in the whole context about humanitarian intervention, how it has been involved in the Tony Blair's declarations. I'll also talk about this insistence on the rule of humanitarian interventions, and of course, the whole support from diplomats, UK diplomats and parliaments from there. But of course, even after this, how then they would do? Prior to the adoption of the responsibility to protect, there was also the problem of how do we institutionalize the R2P? How do we ensure that the R2P has a life? And of course, UK has been very, very active in this regard. First, how? First and foremost, UK has insisted that the R2P is strictly linked to the whole issue about the just war. In other words, the UK has always shown its support for the use of armed military intervention, even outside the UN Security Council resolutions or authorizations. And of course, the UK itself has been very active in the whole debate in the United Nations Security Council about authorizing R2P interventions, even though some of these interventions have been blocked either by China or Russia. Then, of course, there's also the 2003 declaration of the position about the UK, and also the 280 positions. All these positions, they are majorly declared as are trying to institutionalize the R2P. Then, of course, we should not also forget that the way the UK was involved in the Libyan interventions, then the condemnations that have come from the UK about mass atrocities across the globe, and of course, the UK's insisted about the armed intervention in Syria, the Myanmar issues, and some other issues like that. And it just free to argue that the UK has been very, very deeply involved in institutionalizing the R2P. Then, of course, we move on to having identified or established the fact that the UK is very, very active in R2P, then what are the challenges the UK has faced in the process of institutionalizing the R2P? First, we talked about the internal challenges the country is currently facing. They also talked about the mistake of the Libyan intervention, which continues to haunt not only UK's support for the R2P, but across the globe, particularly the NATO forces. Then, of course, they also talked about the whole issue about human rights today, and talk about how armed humanitarian intervention also leads to human rights violations, which is also a problem. Then, of course, not also forget the overemphasis on the use of force, which is also a problem. Then again, over time again, we have seen that despite the UK's strong stand against mass atrocity, there's also been what we have called inconsistency and double standards in how the UK push for interventions and the way the UK feels that interventions should be carried out. In some cases, the UK has even preferred a soft power intervention, while in some cases the UK also preferred hard power interventions. And all these, of course, they are all problematic issues arising from the whole issue about how the UK has involved in the R2P. But of course, our main concern then about this work is that what impacts would the post-Brexit era has on UK's support for the R2P? And we looked at some issues which I think we're going to throw out today to see. First, we talked about the whole issue about intervention fatigue that has been noticed over time. And we think that that's one of the points that is more likely that in the post-Brexit era, the intervention fatigues that have been heralded all R2P interventions is likely going to slow UK's support for the R2P or mobilization for the R2P. Then, of course, we also talked about the issue of the emergence of new powers like India, Russia, China, and how they have deeply used their influence, to ensure that most of these resolutions at the UN Security Council have been blocked. And our understanding about that is that such could also lead to frustration on the part of the UK, and by so doing, dropping down the support. Then we also talked about the issue of nationalism and the Brexit whole issues and the need to look inwards. And we think that at this point, the UK might also be thinking that it's no longer convenient to be going into what in Africa we call the Father Christmas diplomacy. There's a need to look inward to also build up the UK economy, and that the UK will feel that investing so much on the responsibility to protect might be counterproductive to the whole Brexit idea. Then one again, we also talk about leadership, which is also possible. And the argument there is that there's every likelihood is that if there's a change of leadership, maybe perhaps who's going to come up on board might not really be interested about ending mass atrocities. And that would mean that UK's position about the R2P seems to be dwindling down. Then lastly, we also talked about the whole criticisms that have surrounded the responsibility to protect, particularly the whole issue about non-interventions in cases like cases like Myanmar, Syria, Uyghurs in China, or potential cases that would have warranted interventions. I would think that most of these issues are likely going to affect how the UK responds to the mobilize the R2P in the post-Brexit area. And lastly, we also think that one other thing again that's going to affect the UK in trying to mobilize the R2P within this period is that the UK also thinks that the whole clash and the clash between the UKs and the NATO members, in the sense that it seems not to be arguing within the same line of thought, and that division is likely going to cause a problem with the way UK supports the R2P in the post-Brexit area. Thank you so much.
Excellent, thank you. That was very prompt. Okay, so now we have very interesting as well. Thank you. Now we have exactly half an hour for questions.
Yes, one other thing, please. Please, I want to make a passionate appeal. I wouldn't mind if my questions should come in, because I'm still on campus and I really need to leave on campus very soon because of the COVID restriction.
Okay, great. Okay, so are there any questions
thank you.
for?
Thank you, James.
Can we have those first, please? I can't see any on the. Richard. Let me see if I can make you. I think Patrick, you have to. Richard, you got a question?
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, thanks, James, and thanks to all the panelists. My question's for Zain. I was wondering if you have anything to comment on ASEAN's attempts to remove the halt arms transfers clause from the proposed General Assembly resolution over Myanmar, and if this is an example of the regional bloc's unwillingness to implement Pillar 3, or of applicatory contestation, as you call it. And given the vital nature of the relationship between ASEAN and the Myanmar context, is this especially concerning, given that our keynote speaker, Simon Adams, recently noted that calling for an arms embargo is the least that the UN General Assembly should do? Thanks.
Good, thank you. Have we got any questions particularly for Nicholas before he heads off? I'm just checking no, I can't see it. Okay, I've got a quick question actually. I'm going to ask you.
Okay, thank you.
What's your view on how the UK's view on R2P with the Global Britain initiative that's been launched recently post-Brexit, and also the idea in recent UK defence review that's shifting more towards the east? Do you see the UK becoming even less concerned about the R2P given these two shifts, or do you think R2P will still be part of the global Britain, key part of the global Britain notion?
Yeah, I think well, in principle, the UK seems to be more committed and seems to be further institutionalizing more commitment to the R2P. But it's not likely going to be the case that this principle is going to match its words, its actions. And this is because, you see, when you look at the whole global issues and the whole issues about power tussle within the global politics again, is more likely going to affect this position. So while the UK continues to demonstrate support on R2P, the practice is likely going to decline. It's not very unlikely.
Good. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's turn to other questions now. So we've had Richard. Are there any more? Should we collect any more? We had one from Isabel and Francesco in the chat. Sorry, Francesco, are you still there? Did you want to speak out your question?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, I can't. You don't need to activate the camera, Francesco. So Francesco has a question for Harold, or the mic. Okay. Richard, whose was your question directed at? Let's have that answer.
My question was to Zain.
Zain, okay. Zain, why don't you answer, and then we'll see if Francesco can activate his mic.
Okay, thank you, James. Yeah, thank you, Richard. Yeah, actually, Indonesia was among the 15 countries that rejected the R2P resolution in the UNGA. Yeah, this is what I want to say, that Indonesia used an argument about the application or the practical things on that resolution. So they emphasize that the resolution, announced or initiated by the Croatia was not about the substantial or essential things about R2P itself, not about the norms, but it is about the mechanism, how to discuss R2P in annually basis. So so that's what. So I do agree that probably some people may say that it is Indonesia just trying to justify the rejection to R2P by raising the issue of implementation, not about the essential things of R2P. Probably it is like a rhetorical argument from Indonesia, but if we look at the norm discussion, norm contestation discussion, state may use the practical issue about norms to reject that the impact of the rejection is not only about the implementation or the practical things, but it is connected to something more fundamental than that. So I personally, I disagree with Indonesia rejection to the R2P resolution, because for me, Indonesia should not refuse those resolutions, because when R2P is discussed in the UNGA every year, that means the mainstreaming of R2P will be will get more attention from broader international community, including probably for ASEAN countries as well. But the issue of practical things, I would like to say that we cannot neglect the significance of implementation. Just saying that implementation is probably a second layer, or another thing that less important, that the essence of the principle. But I believe that implementation is very fundamental, and it is probably almost everything, because it is very difficult to sometimes, because of implementation problem, a norm then cannot be maintained, cannot be or lost its legitimacy or its significance or its relevance for some actors, because not about the validity, but because of the practical issues. So I don't know. So Indonesia rejection to R2P resolutions probably also can be another example that state may use practical issues to maintain their position, and it can obstruct the effort, the global effort to promote R2P, even though they don't refuse the very validity of the norm, but by concerning on the practical issues.
Good, thank you very much. Okay, now we have Francisco's comment. I believe Francisco is all ready to ask.
Yes. Hi. Hello there. Nice to meet you. Thank you to all the organizers and the speakers. It's been very, very interesting. I have a quick question for Harold, for our first speaker of the panel. I was wondering what is his view on the Rio Treaty, because he referred to the OAS Charter a lot, but there is this other regional instrument, the Rio Treaty, or also known as TR, which was activated a couple of years ago to address the crisis in Venezuela. And it's admittedly a collective security treaty, but it has an open-ended hypothesis that refers to any fact or situation that might and they endanger the peace of America, the continent. So I was wondering if maybe some of the R2P crimes, such as crimes against humanity, which are being committed in Venezuela, might be included within this hypothesis. In other words, do you think that this 1947 Cold War treaty could harbor a modern doctrine like R2P? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Harold, and would you like to respond?
Yes, but we propose first we propose an organ to create the organ like an organ to be part of the American continent, of the organization of the American continent, but we think that the TR must be part in the solution and the implement to responsibility to protect. But we think that the best way to implement the responsibility to protect to responsibility to protect against crime, massive crime, again the crime against crime of to humanity must be part of the principal organization in the American continent. The TR must be part, but the focus we propose that must be part of the principal organization of the American continent. That is our criterion of these materials.
Good, thank you very much. Okay, have we got any more questions? I see we have a comment from Darine. Darine, did you want to say something about your comment? No? Okay, let's hear from Vasilka.
Oh, right. I have a question for Zain, and I fully follow his reasoning that the lack of references to responsibility to protect in Southeast Asia is a consequence of different approach to solving conflicts, solving disputes in the region, which is focused more on ensuring security through political arrangements rather through ensuring respect for fundamental human rights. However, I would like to hear his opinion as to whether he thinks that the absence of explicit references to responsibility to protect principle in general necessarily means lack of its operationalization in member states or through various international organizations. Because my view would be that at the time when we hear no references to responsibility to protect, and of course all the fundamental human rights are fully respected, this will be the real victory for the principle adopted in 2005.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. We have now Darine has a comment, and then after that, let's take Maria's question, and then we can go around all of the presenters, and they can add anything that they'd like.
Yeah, it's just in reference to the question that was asked on the 1947 treaty. I don't think, as much as one would like to have such a possible interpretation, I don't think when one looks at the interpretation of theories, interval repertoires, and so there needs to be political intent to make such a wide spectrumed reinterpretation. And I believe with that lack of intent and with the lack of state practice to move in that direction when the Latin American countries are more into the prevention spectrum, then I don't think that that kind of interpretation would be possible with the current move within the international community in relation to R2P at the moment.
Good, thank you. Okay, Maria? Are you able to ask your question? I'll just give you a minute in case you need to put your audio and your video on. Thank you. Maria, you should be able to ask your question now. You've been made a presenter. If not, why don't we go to Harold first, and then just while you're checking out your audio settings, we can come back to you in just a minute, and then we'll run through the rest of the panelists. If you're not sure how to check your audio settings, it's on the bottom right hand. There's where the two little arrows are. There's a little once you click on that, there's a little cog where you can sort out your audio and video settings. I had big issues with this earlier, so you're not the only one. Okay, let's hear from Elena and Harold, and then we'll come back to Maria. Harold, are you still there?
Yes, excuse me.
Yes.
I have problem with this equipment.
Okay, good.
But can you repeat your question, please?
Do you want to respond to just general? There's been quite a few series of questions, so I thought we could let the general presenters just say anything more that they want to say before we maybe get another round of questions or wrap up, depending on how much time we have.
But I want to thank first to all panelists. That presentation was wonderful. But I want to share a reflection about the responsibility to protect in the framework of the United Nations. Therefore, I want to answer. I want to question what it exactly means of the responsibility to protect in the framework of the obligation, a specific obligation in international law. This question must be answered for whom want to answer this question. But I always have this question when we face the problem, the real problem in his application. In the framework of the specific obligation in the international law, when or how when this obligation must be compatible with the specific obligation in international law.
Okay, thank you. Maria, are you able to ask your question now?
I am just sitting in and getting familiar with you guys. First day.
Okay, you put your hand up for a question. Did you mean to?
That's like the wrong signal, just like passing anytime you guys are asking, because I'm lovely to meet you all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll lower your hand. Don't worry. Okay, Zane, would you like to respond to any of the questions that have come up?
Yeah, thank you, Fasilka, for the questions. I think that the use of R2P language is remain problematic, for majority of ASEAN countries, and it is still too sensitive for them to use the exact language of R2P language in Southeast Asia. Probably it strongly correlates with the worst record of human rights violation in many or in some ASEAN countries. So it's still hugely reluctant to R2P principle. So I think I argue that the most important thing is not how R2P language is used by ASEAN countries, but the important thing is how to encourage ASEAN countries to use human protection perspective or mass atrocities perspective or lens in defining or in looking at human right problems within the region. So when they use mass atrocities perspective largely, yeah, in looking at the cases in Southeast Asia, I believe that their response will be much more properly according to human protection standard and so on, rather than if they still consist to use the perspective of security, the perspective of a perspective of security, stability, and so on. So even though there is no clear language of R2P in Southeast Asia, if they are starting to use mass atrocities or human protection lens or perspective, I think that's a very good sign for Southeast Asia to move further. To embrace or to localize or whatever a scheme that they can do with the R2P. But firstly, I believe that they need to more familiar or more welcome with the use of human protection or mass atrocities lens to looking at some humanitarian crisis in the region.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, let's get our last couple of thoughts from Rahel and then Vasilka. So Rahel, I know you haven't had a question directly, but you might want to elaborate on anything that's been raised or offer your own thoughts.
Thank you very much. So I have presented on the Constitutive Act of the African Union and also its relations and how they have been impeded from being implemented successfully. What I want to add is that any change that has been advocated under the Constitutive Act or R2P, for it to be realized, there is a long way to go. So I would call on the population of the continent of Africa to strive to bring the change and also to educate themselves on how to garner help from the international community. And more importantly, all actors interested, they should relentlessly engage and encourage the foundation and development of institutions dedicated to educating populations of the continent, not only on how to respond to mass atrocity crimes, but also to engage in early preventative measures and rebuilding initiatives. Thank you very much.
Excellent, thank you. And now Vasilka.
Thank you. I will try to respond to the question, what is the legal content of responsibility to protect? I think it was the conscious decision of the drafters of the relevant two paragraphs of the 2005 World Summit Outcome document to use the notion of responsibility rather than duty or obligation, which were also considered at some point. And that is to emphasize that this responsibility rests upon the existing legal framework, as well as political commitments adopted by states within various international organizations and in their bilateral relations, for example. And therefore, also the Secretariat and the special advisors use the nomination of a principle of responsibility to protect rather than a norm, because there is no specific original legal content in addition to what the states have already subscribed to under various treaties or adopted as part of customary law. And I think that what R2P principle is really important for is for the states and international organizations to interpret their legal commitments, their already accepted legal obligations in the light of these R2P principles. So it serves interpretation of the existing legal obligations, and as I said, perhaps add some original content in the sense of how the relevant actors, mainly states, but also international organizations to a certain extent, can implement these pre-existing frameworks.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, I think we've got 5 more minutes left. We've got time for one more question if anyone's got a question. If not, we can wrap up slightly early. There's networking in the Gather Town, and then there is a keynote by Simon Adams at 7 o'clock UK time. So we've got an excellent program tomorrow if you had a look as well. This is the final panel session that we have today. Okay,
Yes, I just have one final comment, if I may, James, and that is that in all our discussion, we are mostly discussing, and this is not true only for this conference, but all the previous R2P conferences over the last eight years, we're mostly discussing what are the responses or what are the measures of states and international organizations towards some crisis happening in other countries or in other regions or even other continents. Very little attention has been devoted as to what states or international organizations are doing really internally, what they are doing to introduce the R2P lens to their domestic, let's say, operationalization. So I would perhaps like to hear your opinion, James, if I may ask you for your opinion. Why do you think this is so? What do you think is the reason that it seems that not only organizations, not only the EU, but also the member states perceive this as a foreign policy issue rather than something that they need to internalize also domestically?
Okay, I mean, if I'm honest, I haven't thought about this question that much, but my initial response would be, firstly, because for some states, they don't think that they have a potential issue here. So for many European states, they would just see mass atrocities occurring within their own borders as not an issue that they have to engage with seriously. And so that it would be farmed out to the foreign ministries of those states. I mean, I do wonder whether actually, for certain states, they do regard it as an internal issue. And also a foreign policy issue. So I think maybe it depends on just the sorts of states that you're looking at. And if it's the states that traditionally it's associated with the West, then yeah, as I said, those are states wouldn't see themselves as being likely to have any mass atrocity issues. Although assigning a focal points and doing a lot more can actually help, of course, with the foreign policy issues by showing that you really do take seriously the R2P. So I think part of it is almost overconfidence in the amongst certain states, but that's just an initial thought. I need to do some actual empirical research to properly understand. Good. Okay. We've got now we have a question from Rahel.
Not a question, but a comment in the fact that he said it depends on the sort of states that we are talking about. So if the state, if the government is the perpetrator, then why would they try to internalize R2P or human rights or other initiations? So instead of internalizing in their domestic policies, what they do is they try to scrutinize every possible means, maybe education, curriculums, which deal on human rights or other responsibilities to protect other justice subjects or media, internet, everything, they try to close it. So it depends heavily on the sort of state we're talking about. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Excellent. Okay, I think we're now pretty much out of time, so let's wrap up. I don't know if there's a way of thanking the presenters for their very interesting and excellent presentations. I'll clap myself and clap for everyone else if we can't hear them.
Okay, I will now end this session. Thank you very much and look forward to seeing you later today or tomorrow.